And we are live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Radical Democracy Show. I'm your host, Kamali Rose, and it is August 27th. This is episode 7 of Radical Democracy. And this is going to be a bit of a somber episode. Unfortunately, a lot of the news of the day is not a lot of good news to talk about right now. So it's going to be a bit of a somber tone, but I do intend to, I want to still hopefully have a lot of engagement in the chat and hear your thoughts, have some dialogue there. And, so please leave your thoughts in the chat or in the comments if you're watching this after. I'm going to go ahead. Give me 1 sec. I just want to post out that this stream is live. So give me 1 moment. Just checking on the stream. Thank you everyone for being here. If you haven't already, please do me a favor and hit the like button and subscribe, hit the bell and click all to receive all notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. So help the channel grow. All right, so give me 1 sec here and let me just tweet this out, let folks know we're live. All right, sorry about that. So this is why I need to prep this a little bit. It's been a little while. It's been about a week since we did the last live stream. Welcome to everyone actually that is joining me. If you're joining me from the Greener Thumbs channel, this is actually my first live stream on this channel. What I've done recently is I had started a second channel, Radical Democracy, and I got about 110 subscribers or so on that channel, and then realized, I didn't want to manage 2 channels, and I already had this one going and with almost 1,000 subscribers. So I decided to bring my content from my previous channel over to this channel, and I'll be using this channel to produce the Radical Democracy Show moving forward. And so if you're joining me from Greener Thumbs, the old channel, thank you for being here. Welcome. Hope you enjoy this different content. I will actually likely be doing another grow soon, but I don't know about my plans to record it or not. So stand by on that one. We'll see what happens there, but hopefully if I am doing another grow, maybe I can do another grow journal this time with much higher quality and a lot less uhs and ums. Okay, so that's an inside joke, I suppose, with maybe it's not so inside because I probably still do that. So I say a lot and I need to fix it. So I'm going to work on that as time goes by. I hope to clean that up as I get more comfy being on camera all the time. All right. So, all right. I still haven't tweeted this out actually. So let me do that real quick and then we will get to it. All right. Please, if you're here, leave any thoughts in the chat, anything you got on your mind, and we will get to it as soon as possible. I do have a lot to get through today, and I'm not sure how much time I'm going to have. I'm going to try to keep this stream as short as possible, but we know that I like to run my mouth, so that could be a few hours. And so I would really like to get through as much as possible and might be moving at a slightly slower pace, but because I really want to give this material some proper time and the attention that it deserves. but we're going to try to get through a lot, about 4 or 5 stories here, 4 or 5 segments. And so bear with me. I will try to get to comments in between. If you haven't already and you can, oh, you know what? I am okay. So yeah, I didn't have, so see, this is why we do this. So I had the picture up that entire time. I didn't have myself up on screen. Yeah. Tammy was not going to let me know that. Oh. All right. Yeah. So just thought there was some lag there, but nope, that would be too much lag. All right. So, all right, we could do that all again, possibly. I don't know. I'm not going to do that again. Don't worry. No. That's what we got to deal with there. All right. So let's get around to some stories. All right. So, all right, we got some comments already. I'm gonna need Tammy, can you handle the moderating, because we already got somebody that needs to get the fuck out.
No, they already left.
Okay. Yeah, can you remove their comments too? I think there's a way to remove their comments as well. So
but did you make my comment to them?
Yeah.
Did you read my comment?
Yes, I see. What up, America? Shout out. Mark McKeever says, I just finished reading the Baltimore Ravens press release about the current state of our country. Powerful read. You might want to reference. I'm going to check that out. So I will check that out. Baltimore Ravens press release. I'll have to see. All right. I wish I could. I'll add you to the. I'll add all the patrons to the list of approved users. That'll be another patron benefit. So, new patron benefit announced right now, because I just thought of it right now. So for all patrons, I will make you an approved user on the channel, so that you can add links to the chat. So because I'll make you a trusted user. So to all patrons, you'll be added as trusted users. I'll take care of that next time. So I'll make a note of it. I'll jot a note of it. So all right. So we'll take care of that for next time and get you on the approved list, so that you can drop links in there. Because I was going to say, if you could drop me a link to that, I would appreciate it. But that's not going to work. So Tammy, maybe you can add Mark McKeever to the list of approved users on the channel. And yeah, okay, cool. We'll try to get that working. And what up too? Yeah, what up, Mark McKeever, Steve Alvarez, all the patrons. Yeah. All right, so let's get going here, folks. All right. And as you see, yeah, we're gonna, I'm not gonna be dealing with people's garbage in the comments. Say this is going to be a space of, yeah, yep. This is, I intend for this to be a space for, mourning, healing, and for, respectful, decent, just on a level of human decency, because I'm not into respectability politics, but I'm talking about just having basic respect for another human being. If you can't meet those basic standards in the chat, then you're getting the fuck out of here. Like, I got, Tammy's going to be moderating. I don't got the bandwidth for it today. I'm not in the mood. So you won't see me. You won't see any tolerance from me. All right. So Mark says he's going to send the link through Patreon. So appreciate that, Mark. Thank you. All right, so let's get to some stories. I expect to see a lot of more garbage folks in the chat than ever before because of just the type of content that is being discussed here, as well as the fact that the stream might be a little bit more visible than usual because we're on the new channel and it's got a higher subscriber count and all the things that come along with that. And so we'll see how we get through it. So bear with us, folks. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to some stories because there's a lot to talk about today, and I just want to get around to it. Let's go. So for our first story, Jacob Blake was shot 4 times in the back by a police officer in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And since the incident, since video of the incident surfaced, there's been massive civil unrest both in the city of Kenosha as well as around the country and world. And so I wanted to discuss some of that and just talk about what went on and what's any updates in the case so far, and we'll discuss after. So let's get through some of this. So this is from a CNN article, and right out of the gate, their framing of this just pisses me off right out of the gate. But they say, CNN says, Jacob Blake's mom says he'd be upset over the unrest in city where he came for a fresh start. So already there, right out of the gate, CNN is framing this with civility politics, talking about, pushing, foregrounding the issue of the Blake being upset over the unrest, completely moving past the fact that maybe he's a little bit more upset about getting shot 4 times in the back while he was unarmed and now being paralyzed from the waist down. So from the CNN article, hours after Jacob Blake was shot Sunday, he looked at his mother in a Milwaukee hospital room, cried, and told her he was sorry. I don't want to be a burden on anybody. I want my babies. Call my boss. Julia Jackson recalls her son telling her. She comforted him and had to redirect the conversation, Jackson told CNN's Don Lemon Tuesday night. That's the kind of man Blake's family says he is. He is a father, son, an uncle, and a brother who's focused on his loved ones, his sister says. His kids are his world, but not only that, his family is his world, Zita Blake says. He's upset because we're hurt. We're upset. He doesn't even care about himself. He's more so worried about us. So this CNN article really, it just trips me up. There's a lot of the focus of the article, it's trying to cast some sort of, negative light on the protests without, trying to, talk about the underlying issues. So they just completely brush past the underlying issues. There's no discussion of that, and they're right to civility politics out of the gate. But let's get through it. I'm sorry to. All right, so. After demonstrators torched cars and set buildings ablaze. So I'm sorry. This wasn't really what I wanted to use as the first piece here. This is I think. Let me see here. Sorry about that. All right. Sorry about that. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry about that, y'all. In order to get through this, I had to smoke a little cannabis before this this episode here. It was some Bruce Banner, to be specific, because I do intend to Hulk out a little bit, but in the meantime, it is got me, I'm trying to stay as mellow as I can, because, just seeing a lot of the bullshit and people in this chat are, it's enough to piss you off. So, all right, but we'll get through that. All right, so let me just pull up the right article. I apologize for that. So this is another CNN article from today. Jacob Blake is handcuffed to his hospital bed, family says. So Jacob Blake, who remains hospitalized after sustaining multiple injuries, is now handcuffed to his bed, his family said. Blake's uncle told CNN on Thursday that Blake's father visited the Wauwatosa, Wisconsin hospital, where his son is recovering from at least one surgery. He was heartbroken to see that his son was handcuffed. So this is an insult to injury, Justin Blake, the uncle of the victim, said. He is paralyzed and can't walk, and they have cuffed him to the bed. Why? So they're not giving any reasons. All right. So I don't intend, just so that everyone knows, I have no intention of showing any video of this shooting. If you haven't seen it already, you can definitely check it out elsewhere. There's video of it all around. And so you can find that elsewhere. I'm not going to play like any kind of murder porn. If I can help it on this channel, I'm just not going to be doing that. I'm not going to be showing, black bodies being brutalized. It's just not happening here. So if that's what you came for, please, you can peace on out. To all of the haters in the chat, thank you for being here. Appreciate you giving us the views and helping the channel to grow. You can keep hating all you want. We ain't got no time for you. This is a place where all we got is love here, and we ain't trying to fuck with your garbage, with your nonsense right now. So you can just peace on out, and you're not gonna find anyone dealing with your nonsense. Okay, so Jacob Blake shot 4 times in the back, 8 bullet holes in his body. Entry and exit wounds. He said, 8 holes in his body. The officer that essentially what happened was Jacob Blake was. Witnesses say that there was some sort of fight that was going on, that he was breaking up, and that he was trying to intervene in this fight between 2 women. Apparently, that's what some witnesses said, that he was trying to intervene in that fight. Police were called. A woman said that Jacob Blake had her keys and refused to give them back to her. So this is what this is all about. This is a very, there's no real violence going on. The only violence that has occurred in this situation is, at worst, between these 2 other parties in this situation, as far as we understand from witness accounts. So police were called. Somebody called the cops. Cops showed up, and they, immediately started to, they approached Jacob Blake. They end up, there's video showing them some sort of scuffle next to a car, next to Jacob Blake's car. His 3 children are sitting in the car. He has 3 young children, all under age 10. I believe they're all under age 8. So 3 young children in the car, and he he's a father. This, Jacob Blake's a father. He's just, again, nothing. He let the officers know that he had a knife, in the car, I believe. He was walking away from them, just walking away. So while walking away, walking to his car where his 3 children are inside of the car, Jacob Blake, a father, a brother, a son, a cousin, was then grabbed by an officer now identified as Rustin Shesky, and that officer grabs Jacob by his shirt while his back is turned to him, and while grabbing onto Jacob Blake's shirt, he then proceeds to shoot at him 7 times while his 3 young children are sitting in the car. 4 of those bullets pierced through Jacob Blake, and he shot him in his back, 4 times. And Jacob Blake is now hospitalized. He's now paralyzed from the waist down. He had to have most of his small intestine removed. So he's going to have permanent damage if he does survive, and is no guarantee that he survives at this point. He's still in a critical condition as far as I know. And so, people have naturally started to respond to that. I mean, this is, once you see video of it, and that's the thing, this stuff happens a lot. It's when we see video of it that people react, because the videos are just it's so hard not to have a visceral reaction to seeing a video like that. And again, I'm not going to play the video here because I'm not going to show, another innocent black person getting gunned down by police. I'm just not going to do it. Not in the mood. So we will see some other video tonight, but it's not going to be that. So we now for so I want to, let's flip through some of this and just see more of the framing that CNN took now with this. So now this is from that CNN article. Jacob Blake's mom says he'd be upset over the unrest in city where he came for a fresh start. So they quote from his mother in here. They say Jackson is a mother who, speaking about, after demonstrators torched cars and set buildings ablaze on Monday night, Blake's mother called for peaceful protests and said her son would not be pleased with the violence and the destruction. Jackson says the damage in the city from the unrest doesn't reflect my son or my family. She asked for prayers not only for her son, but for hailing across the country. Blake's family is rooted in a legacy of activism and devotion. And they go on to talk a little bit more about Blake here. Before he became the latest in a long list of police shooting victims, the 29-year-old was a kid growing up in Evanston, Illinois, just outside Chicago. He attended high school in Evanston, where he was a member of the wrestling team. He later moved to Kenosha for a fresh start, his family told CNN affiliate WLS. His grandfather, the Reverend Jacob Blake Sr., led the fight for fair housing in Evanston throughout the 1960s and 70s and led the Ebenezer AME Church congregation. He organized marches following the assassination of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. that eventually led Evanston City Council members to ban racial discrimination in housing. So that's his grandfather they're talking about, fighting for fair housing in the town where they're from, Evanston. So, in having a history of, we are the members of Ebenezer AME. We, the members of Ebenezer AME, were quite distressed to hear the news about Jacob Blake, the church that his grandfather pastored, said in a statement after news of Blake's shooting became public. It is also disturbing that this action was taken without regard for his children that witnessed this egregious and callous action. So, I just want to, really, the part that really stood out to me is and you'll see how it stood out not just to me but to other folks, is this: the mother, quote, being quoted saying, Jackson says the damage in the city from the unrest doesn't reflect my son or my family, and says that Blake's mother called for peaceful protest and said her son would not be pleased with the violence and the destruction. So I'm okay with that statement if the mother is referring to, the police in that situation being the ones that are creating the violence and the destruction, because that's the situation that's happening. Let's be real here. The police are the ones with the power to control violence in a situation like that. They have the power in that situation. They have the power to control the violence. The police are the ones that initiate the violence. They escalate the violence in the situation. And so, and we'll see not just the police, but, also some of these, the people that the police were working with, which were like some white supremacist militias as well. So that's what we got going on there. So, and we'll see some of that as well here. So let's, all right. So we have, and so, this talk about the, that's not saying the damage in the city from the unrest doesn't reflect her son or her family, and that, talking about peaceful protests, like, what is a peaceful protest? Like, what kind of peace are we talking about? Are we talking about what Martin Luther King referred to when he said a positive peace, which is an absence of justice, or is it just a negative peace, which is a positive peace, which is a presence of justice, or a negative peace, which is just an absence of tension? Because if you're calling for a positive peace, which is a presence of justice, then yes, then you support people being outraged and destroying property if property has to be destroyed. If that's what has to get people's attention in this country, because people don't pay attention when property is not being destroyed, apparently. People don't pay attention to these things. They just go quietly. Nobody talks about it. The protests happen. They come, they go. Everybody, it's some, you see what happened with, Brianna Khan, and we can talk about that as well, but I won't get into it in this stream. But this is what we're, we have to recognize that the police are the ones in this situation that have the power to control the amount of violence that gets dispatched in these situations. And so to put that on, to say, calling for peaceful protest. Well, sure, if you're calling for peaceful protest in the sense, okay, you want a presence of justice from these protests, then yes, I support that. That's the kind of peace that I want. I want that peace too. That's what people are out in the streets outraged about. That's why they're rioting. And like MLK said, he said riots are the language of the unheard. So if you're not hearing people, then this is what they resort to. And so they need you to listen, because what else? You're not listening to anything else. People are dying over and over and over, and it just doesn't, no real change is happening. What we keep talking about is tinkering around the edges and not making actual fundamental change. And so, and we're going to talk about, it's not just a Trump thing. I truly don't believe it's going to be much better under a Joe Biden presidency either. So sure, it's terrible now, but let's not kid ourselves into thinking that getting Joe Biden as a president is going to change much of this, and we'll see more about what I mean by that as well. So but I'm sick of this civility politics bullshit, and this idea that the damage to the city, the damage that was done is any damage done to human beings. That's damage. That's the damage that I care about. The violence that I care about, violence and destruction that I care about, is violence and destruction of human lives. I don't care about violence and destruction of property. Like, I saw this great tweet. Somebody said, like these like right wingers are like they're so they think that it's wrong to to destroy property to stop murders, but they're fine with murdering people to stop them from destroying property. So it's like, what is this concern with property? But I know what the concern is, why they care about property over people. It's because this is all stemming from, a different type of property, and through slavery, where they want that form of property, and they miss that form of property. And so they're willing to protect property at all costs because they know that they didn't gain that property by, just means. And so, of course, they want to hold on to what little they have. And now hear me out too, because a lot of these people that are involved in this, it's cops are being, the cops are, I don't hate individual cops. That's the thing that I gotta make clear too. Like, I hate the institution of policing. I do. And yes, I hate, I'm going to react poorly to any cop. And because they're willingly choosing to go into a system where they're going to, they know by now, anyone with eyes and, 2 eyes and a brain can see that the, policing is absolutely built to destroy. It's all built up out of, slave patrols. That's how U.S., policing, organized law enforcement in the U.S. started out of slave patrols in the South and people needing to protect the wealthy, elites needing to protect their property. And so this is all about, this is all really about. And so it just sucks when people give into that. And when we got this civility politics is the politics of like the, a bygone era where it was all about like, let's dress in nice suits and we're going to come in, we're going to let them, we're going to do, there's a difference between peaceful protest and non-violent protest. Like, I don't want to see violent protest whereas violence is violence against human beings. Like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see any of that. I don't want to see any human being be harmed. Not one. I don't want to see a single human being be harmed, period. And so that's a protest that I can get behind. But a peaceful protest, what the fuck is a peaceful protest? Like, what's the point of protesting if it's peaceful? Then who are you? If you're not disturbing somebody, if you're not upsetting somebody, if you're not, interrupting somebody's life in some, visceral way, then what's the point of a protest? It just doesn't, it's ineffective. Who listens? Who hears you? And then it leads to the rioting, the language of the unheard, because people feel like they're not being heard. So, FL says actual lives and people are greater than property. Yes, absolutely. Exactly. Like, like that, but that's not something that is fundamental to all people in this country. I truly believe that it is a conservative mindset to believe that property is actually just as valuable, if not more valuable in some cases, than human lives. And so you have this idea of like, I can take a human life to protect my property. And that's like, it's just beyond the pale. And in some of these cases, they're not even protecting personal property. They're just protecting private property. So they're out here, you got the poor white supremacist militias, these poor cops, that get paid these low wages and shit to go, risk their lives, quote unquote, And so, and what do? You know, they're there to protect property, right? That's all they're out there to do is protect property. Like the protesters aren't there, you know, out there harming any people. There's what protesters were attacking people? Nobody. There's nothing. There's no, you know, claim of that. There's nothing to suggest that no protester harmed anybody that wasn't trying to harm them. And so, you know, where you know, sure, they some people went out and some people damaged some property, you know, too fucking bad. I don't care. I don't like, sure, we, you know, we shouldn't do it if it's local small businesses owned by decent human beings. You shouldn't do it if you can, you know, like, but honestly, I don't know the situation, what those, you know, if those companies, that this system, this entire economic system has failed these people, and they're just desperate and lashing out. And so some of it, sure, is probably not even actual protesters, you know, doing some of this. We've seen incidents of it on video of people that were clearly antagonizers, you know, sent in to, you know, likely cops themselves, sent in to you know, instigate a situation. And so we've seen countless examples of that. But even if these are actual people, these are a bunch of people that are just absolutely, you know, strained to the maximum point, and they're lashing back out. And so that's just where that's at, you know, that's where these people are at. And so these are, you know, a lot of it's a mix of just like, it's a bunch of poor people, and it's just sad to see these poor, you know, poor white folks who are now, you know, been, you know, Fox News brainwashed, and, you know, the right-wing militia type folks that really drink the Kool-Aid and think that they're out there somehow defending their country, when really they're out there just defending private property, you know, the private property of a bunch of capitalists that don't give a fuck about these people and would, you know, exploit them and do whatever to them in a heartbeat. But they might do it a little bit, you know, they'll do it to the blacks first, and so they're cool with that. You know, they're fine with that, and that's a damn shame to see. That's just straight, you know, they don't realize that they're not intentionally fascist, but it's fascism. It's what it is. It's fascism. You hate to say it, but that's what that is. It's neo-fascism, and that's what Cornel West calls it, and that's what it is. It's neo-fascism, and we're seeing neo-fascism in the United States right now, and that's some scary shit to see. It's some scary shit to see people out here like this. So let's keep going, because we'll see more what we're talking about here. So FL says, yes, exactly. They still don't view black folks as above property. Great point about slavery and the change in definition of property, but certain concepts are still unknowingly socialized. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Thanatos says a protest is peaceful and only becomes violent once state-sanctioned violence is involved. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's all we've seen in these protests across the country, is the violence is initiated and escalated by, you know, the state. And in any, you know, person that actually respected the Second Amendment, like these right-wingers claim to, would be out there, you know, marching in line with Black Lives Matter. Like, if you are really principled as a right-winger, you would be principled. You would stand up for the Second Amendment. You would stand up for things like that, and you would say, this is a, you know, you have a right to guns so that you can defend against a tyrannical government. Well, what's more tyrannical than you know, state-sanctioned police officers, you know, militarized police officers murdering indiscriminately civilians without any form of justice? So what would you call that? A retribution? What would you call that other than tyranny? That's tyranny at the highest level. And so if you're really principled as a right winger, you should be out there marching in step with Black Lives Matter. I did an episode about Ammon Bundy, where he took a principled stance on this, and he actually took a principled stance. That right winger he did the Bundy standoff against the federal government, and he actually took a principled stance and said, you know what, like, I stand with Black Lives Matter, and if you don't stand with Black Lives Matter, something must be wrong with you, because you're out here defending the very people that are going to take your actual liberties away, which is this authoritarian state we live under. And that's what you should really be afraid of. But instead, you know, you got people at the RNC out here, like, acting like Marxist Leninists, we're going to take over the world. And like the Bernie bros, we're going to come out and, like, you know, be hanging people and chopping people's heads off in Central Park, and these Marxist Leninists, and Cori Bush is a Marxist liberal revolutionary, whatever the fuck that is, like. And that's the mindset of these folks. So let's get to some more of this story, and then we'll take some more comments. So all right. So what else do we want to show here? All right, let's show this Democracy Now! Clip about it. So actually, before we go on, so as I said, the officer that shot Jacob Blake was identified as Rustin Shesky, and he was apparently, I think, on the force for 7 years. There's this article about him, and you know what? I'll share this article, even though let me show you this article that I found on him, and then we can talk a little bit about this article too. So. So the officer who shot Jacob Blake has been identified as Rustin Shesky, and I found this interesting profile on him. Yeah, you'll see why. I think it's from insider.com, and it's just we can take a look at it. Actually, let's do that again. Hold on one second. Well, let's take a look at a different article first, and then we'll take a look at that. So. First, let's take a look at an article from NPR that just identifies the murderer of the killer of Jacob Blake. And so in a statement, the department said Officer Rustin, and this is from a NPR article, Wisconsin Department of Justice identifies police officer who shot Jacob Blake. It's from August 27th today. And in a statement, the department said Officer Rustin Shesky, so this is the Kenosha, Wisconsin Department of Justice, sorry. So this is the Wisconsin Department of Justice. In a statement said, Officer Rustin Shesky fired 7 shots into Blake's back and was the only officer present to fire a weapon. It also said Blake had a knife in his possession at the time. They say in his possession, but as far as I understand, the knife was in his car, and he had informed, the officers of that. So, or at least the knife was found on the floor of his car. So, all right. The statement says that police officers were initially dispatched to a residence on Sunday evening after a female caller reported that her boyfriend, who was not supposed to be on the premises, was present. Witnesses at the scene said previously that Blake was trying to break up a fight between 2 women. According to the DOJ, officers attempted to arrest Blake and tried unsuccessfully to tase him in the process. Blake walked around his vehicle, opened the driver's side door, and leaned inside, at which point Shesky fired 7 shots while holding on to Blake's shirt. So we talked about that before. So that's who Rustin Shesky is. I want to just share another article with you that I found and just talk about the way that they frame it, but also then just give them the benefit of the doubt and go from there. So hold on one second. So this is from Insider, and the article is Rustin Shesky, the officer who shot Jacob Blake, is a former campus officer who investigated a hate crime and said he likes being a cop because people trust us. So here's a picture of him you can see here, and I'll zoom in for you. So this is a picture of Rustin Shesky, and he's a Kenosha police officer, and looks like a fairly young dude. And yep. And so they say, so here's what Insider knows so far about Shesky. They say Shesky was made an officer with the Kenosha Police Department on April 1st, 2013. So about 7 years ago. So Shesky became an officer with the Kenosha Police Department 7 years ago. In an August 2019 interview with the Kenosha News, Shesky said of his work, so this was last August, a year ago, Shesky said, "What I like most is that you're dealing with people on perhaps the worst day of their lives, and you can try and help them as much as you can and make that day a little bit better. And that, for the most part, people trust us. And that, for the most part, people trust us to do that for them." He continued, "It's a huge responsibility, and I really like trying to help the people. We may not be able to make a situation right or better, but we can maybe make it a little easier for them to handle during that time." On March 11th, this is really minor. On March 11th, 2017, Shesky was suspended for 1 day without pay for violating department policies and procedures, safe operation of vehicles. The details of the violations are not clear, according to city records. So safe operation of department vehicles. So not really clear on that. I don't suspect, through the system, everything to get reported when there are complaints against cops. So whatever. Before joining the Kenosha Police Department, he spent 3 years with the University of Wisconsin Parkside Police Department. So at a university campus police. While on duty at the college in February 2012, Shesky invested 3 alleged hate crimes, the Journal Times reported at the time. After a noose was found in a campus dorm, a second noose and a note that threatened the student who reported the noose, and flyers that named about a dozen African-American students and said they would die in 2 days. So other things they know about him: the only Facebook page to use the name Rustin Shesky has an American flag with a thin blue line on it, a common sign of support for U.S. law enforcement. The only Instagram, okay, that's not important. Yeah, so a few other little caring detail, just cute details about him. The only Instagram account to use the name Rustin Shesky is private and has a photo of a dog as the profile picture. I don't know why these things are necessary to be reporting, whatever. I don't see these cute little things about the victim in this case, who was shot, 7 times. He was shot at 7 times, 4 of the bullets went through him. And so I don't see this cute stuff. A man named Garrett Michael posted a photo of a man resembling Shesky with a woman called Katie in April 2017. I mean, they're really digging for this stuff. The post said, "In case you haven't heard, my brother popped the question and she said yes. Congratulations, Rustin." So I mean, they're really digging for this shit here. An online wedding directory notes that a Rustin Shesky married a Katie Sparks from Kenosha, Wisconsin on September 23rd, 2017. I mean, they're really humanizing the fuck out of them. And I appreciate that because, people should be humanized. They're humans. I just don't see a whole lot of that in this in the articles I read about, victims of these shootings. And so Shesky's grandfather, Aresta Maricini, served on the Kenosha Police Department for many years, according to an October 2014 Facebook post from the department. So that means that, family and law enforcement, and, the family business. So that's their really, kind piece on Rustin Shesky. And I'll be honest, right? If all of those things are true and there's nothing else, and I have no other reason to go off of because I don't have any other evidence, I'm not going to just say every single cop is the worst, most terrible piece of shit human being in the world. It's not true. There are going to be some decent people that get caught up in it every once in a while, and they'll stick around. But you see, I've discussed stories before, not on this show, but I've talked about stuff before and posted stuff in my personal, social media about, similar situations. And so this is just what we're seeing here. So with this article, they're talking, and they're talking about Shesky here. Let's take it all on face value, right? Let's say everything that they're saying is true, right? He's a great guy. He investigated hate crimes when he was a school campus police officer. Like, sounds like a really decent fella, right? 7 years on the force, no apparent, no complaints. It's not like the George Floyd murderer. That the dude that lynched George Floyd was like, had a history of terrible shit that he had done, and clearly a just a racist garbage piece of shit. Like, this dude doesn't necessarily seem like a piece of garbage. Like Rustin Chesky, I know I'm not going to get a bunch of fans on the left, but he doesn't sound like a terrible piece of shit. And that's me. I hate cops. Let me be real. I hate the institution of policing. And I often say I hate fucking cops. Okay. Because I do. I hate people that become cops. I just think that it's selected out to be some of the worst fucking people in our society. And we'll see some of that. We will see some of that in our next story. So, but let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's actually an upstanding dude, and that he's one of the good ones. And I really don't believe. I think the system just it's set up so that it weeds out the good ones. When you're a good one is going to report their peers. You're going to report them, and when you report your peers as a cop, you then get blacklisted as a cop and you get pushed out of the force. And it's a rare thing. But let's just say he's one of the rare good ones. This is just a good cop. You just shot a dude 7 times in the back. Like, we're going to get to that. We'll talk about that. But say all that, right? Then doesn't that say something about the system then? If that's all the case, and we give him the benefit of the doubt here, and he's not just a usual cop, trigger happy, just whatever. And let's be real, what happened here, like, and we're gonna talk about guns and like, just why the fuck, like, the dude was moving away from him. He had his back to him. Why do you need to shoot? Why do you need to shoot a single time? Why do you need to shoot somebody? I don't care if he was going for a knife. He didn't have a knife. You didn't get stabbed. You should be able to defend yourself. You're a cop. You should be trained in all kinds of self-defense. You should be able to disarm somebody. You should not need a fucking gun to do it. Okay? Like, if you want me to respect you, do this shit without a fucking gun. So, there's no reports of a gun on the scene. Why the fuck do you need a gun? Nobody else got a fucking gun. Why do you need a gun? But whatever. So, give him all the benefit of the doubt, and it's still like, well, what the hell were, if that's true, then that means that even the good ones can still come around. And in a situation like this that just does not call for it, the dude had 3 children in the car. You should be trying to protect human lives. Like, you got no thought of like your surroundings, the fact that there are children, that bullets ricochet, like there are innocent civilians around, bullets could have gone through the door. Like, it's just like, what the fuck would you think? You're just shooting, because let's be real, he probably got scared. Because, he thought, all this fucked up training that they get that says, if you feel like your life is in the least little teeny little bit of danger, then you just shoot to kill. That's the essentially the way that they're trained, is like, if you think for a second that there's a 0.001% chance that you might be harmed, then you shoot that bastard till they're dead. And you just keep shooting if they're black. You just keep shooting. And so that's, what happened here? I mean, the dude got his back to you. No reason. There's just no reason. He's not in an aggressive, stance or anything like that. He's got his back. He's walking away towards his children. And so what do you do if you're scared that he's going to go get a knife, which, whatever, if you're scared he's going to get a gun, whatever, then you back up and you get to a defensive position or whatever. And you have the standoff that you need to have, or whatever the case is, right? Like, you weren't there. You're not trying to protect the children or anything like that. That wasn't your priority in this situation. And so, but, if we're going to give them all the benefit of the doubt, it's like that person that was the decent, hate crime investigating cop over here, right? He still, given the situation, he still tried to put 7 bullets in a man's back, a father's back, because, he got nervous or whatever the fuck. I don't care, but he paralyzed the dude. So I don't care about, don't tell me about good cops, because I don't care to hear about good cops. Like even a quote unquote good cop can still look at this. This is not somebody that's got some history of racist incidents and, all fucked up stuff. It's not nothing like that. This is just a dude, right? But you put anybody in this situation, you give them a gun, and then you put them in a situation like that where they're poorly trained. I literally, dude, I have more hours on Lucio in Overwatch than what a cop needs to get full training, what the required hours for training as a cop are in the state of Massachusetts. So I've played as motherfucking Lucio on Overwatch more hours than a cop needs to become a cop. And I suck still. I suck as Lucio, okay? I'm still gold, all right? I'm still in goddamn gold. I can't get to plat. And somehow, I've still spent more time than these people spend training, right? And then look what happens. Like these people, you put them out in a situation like this, and honestly, like you put me in that situation, and somebody's gonna, I think somebody's reaching for some shit, and I got a gun, and I'm scared, and I'm, trained. And I seen all this shit, and I seen videos and all this shit, what am I going to do? And I also have the protection, the safety, the privilege of knowing that if I kill somebody, I'm likely going to be protected. The state's going to protect me. And then these sad, pathetic, fascist right-wing citizens are also going to protect me and defend me, which is so pathetic and sad. It's so unfortunate. It's that they're able to dupe poor white people, use, prey on their, the racist instincts or whatever they have, and prey on that and say, it's these other people that you should be mad at, and got you out here, again, shooting, in fighting against Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Literally if you're anti-fascist, you're a fucking fascist. Okay. If you're anti-fascist, you're a fucking fascist. Okay. Let me help you with that. All right. So if you're against Antifa, that means you're anti-fascist. Okay. Fascist. All right. So don't be offended when you hear the word. Okay. So, yeah. So here we have a quote unquote good cop, and look what happened. Same shit. Same shit can happen. I don't care who you are, and so that's why you got to change the fucking system. You got to change the system. Sorry. You got to change the system. And that means, for me, it's defunding the police. You can see it you defund the damn police. That's what it means. It means taking the money away from the police and putting them into social services, having a first responder, putting enough services in place where no longer we need a new number, no more 911. Like, also, people, stop calling the fucking cops. Stop. Especially white people, but alt people, just stop calling the fucking cops unless it's a serious life or death situation for you. Stop calling the fucking cops, because and let's really start to define better what is life or death, because the cops do not, and even in life or death, I'm telling you, stop fucking calling the cops, because the cops don't help situations. They don't de-escalate these situations. They come in and they escalate violence. So all cops do in these situations is escalate violence. So to call cops in, I don't give a fuck what the situation is. Stop calling the fucking cops. Like, that's what people need to start building up, that instinct to stop calling the fucking cops. And so people need to stop with it. Like, that's how this situation started, right? Cops don't get called here over somebody leaving with some keys. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. If they're stealing property, I don't give a fuck. Don't call the cops. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Stop calling the cops, because you're calling in some armed, crazed people to come respond to a situation that doesn't need them to respond. What we need in that situation is other types of first responders, right? And that's what they have in other countries. Like, they have other types of first responders. And so, let me show you. I'll show you this. Here's an article from UK here, and let me show you this one. So this is from NBC News, and this is an article titled "The Vast Majority of UK Police Don't Carry Guns. Here's why." So, they say the terrorism-linked fire aboard a tube train, the London Bridge attack, and a similar one in March near the heart of Britain's democracy may have been shocking, but authorities have known for years that such incidents were coming. They said last year, when Brits watched terrorists strike France, Germany, and Belgium, London's police chief warned it was the case of when, not if, the UK joined that list. And yet, more than 90% of the capital's police officers carry out their daily duties without a gun. Most rely on other tools to keep their city safe: canisters of mace, handcuffs, batons, and occasionally stun guns. This is no accident. The Metropolitan Police, which covers most of London, was founded in 1829 on the principle of policing by consent rather than by force. Let me just say that one more time for y'all, because I don't think that that's a fucking concept that even registers in an American brain. The Metropolitan Police, this is in UK, so this is, which covers most of London, right? The Metropolitan Police, which covers most of London, was founded in 1829 on the principle of policing by consent rather than by force. Giving everyday police officers guns sends the wrong message to communities. So this thinking goes, and can actually cause more problems than it solves. So giving everyday police officers guns sends the wrong messages to communities. So this thinking goes, and can actually cause more problems than it solves. So although there are higher numbers of armed police guarding Parliament, the attacker who rushed its gate in March was shot dead by a relatively rare member of the country's security forces, one who had been trained to use a firearm. So that's a relatively rare member of the country's security forces. Some of these gun-wielding officers patrol the city in pairs. Others are members of crack response teams, units dressed in body armor, helmets, and carrying long rifles, who are called to the scene of violent incidents like these. So they're only called to the scene in this case of violent incidents. In most instances, they don't use their weapons. In the year up to March 2016, police in England and Wales only fired 7 bullets. In the year up to March 2016. Okay, police in England and Wales only fired 7 fucking bullets. The cop Rustin Shesky just fired 7 bullets into the back of fucking Jacob Blake. Like that. Look at that. For 3 months in 2016, police in England and Wales. That's 2 countries. Let me tell you, in case I don't think this stuff registers to people. That's 2 countries and 2 entire countries in 3 months in 2 entire countries. Police only fired 7 whole fucking bullets. That's the same number of bullets that Rustin Shesky felt the need to put in the back of Jacob Blake. Oh, man. These officers fatally shot just 5 people during that period, according to British charity Inquest, which helps families after police-related deaths. In August, when a teenager suffering an episode of paranoid schizophrenia killed an American tourist in a busy London street, armed police rushed to the scene, but not a single bullet was fired. They were able to subdue the attacker, Zakaria Bulhan, using a stun gun. And no one else, bar 64-year-old American Darlene Horton, who had already been stabbed to death, was hurt. So no additional injuries, no additional harm came to anyone. Oh, man. The Metropolitan Police carried out some 3,300 deployments involving firearms in 2016. They didn't fire a single shot at a suspect. Okay? So that's the London police. And that's a major city with a very diverse population. There are Black people that live in London. In case you weren't familiar, the right wingers in the chat, in case they're not familiar, there are Black people that live in London. Yes. So yeah, this is not like we live in an imaginary world here where these things are like necessary, just ways of life, and they're just a part of the way the world works, and they're just not. It's not true. And other places get by without all the police brutality, and it grows out of the why do police exist? Why does organized police exist in the first place? And again, my solution, defunding the police, is not about. I'm fine with abolishing the police. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that language, and I'm fine with abolishing the police, because what I want is to tear the entire thing down and then start from scratch. And no, I don't mean we actually have to tear the entire thing down, because no, I want it done in a way that still actually does try to keep as many people safe as possible. That's my actual goal, is how do I keep as many people safe as possible? And to do that, yes, maybe there are cases where we would like some armed people, some really well-trained armed people that also are trained in psychology and other things, to go into these situations and to try with all the de-escalating tactics in them, and to try to de-escalate. And you know what? Those people, I would hail those people as heroes. And I would actually treat those people like heroes, because they would be. They would be heroes every day they went out and did their job. They would be heroes to me. And I would hail those people as heroes. I do not think cops are heroes in this country. You're not a hero because you're a cop. You're not. You're a fucking organized crime mobster. I don't give a. That's all you are. So I want to get to some comments real quick because we're an hour in. We're gonna be here for a while. Don't worry, folks. So, let's see. Lots of comments. Steve Alvarez says, damn, I thought super chats would be enabled. Don't worry, Steve. They will be coming soon. I got to get to the point of monetization. So we got to get over 4,000 watch hours. So we got to get the watch hours up. I need about 950 more or so watch hours out of 4,000. So that's not too bad, not too shabby, right? So I need 950 more watch hours. So I need people to just watch the videos, just stick around, watch the videos. If you get sick of my voice, which I totally would understand, then just mute me and leave the video running. And that's how we'll get these hours up. All right. So watch these videos, click on them, watch them. And if you haven't already, if you're here and you haven't already, you better have liked this video, like down below, hit the like button. If you're watching on your phone, just close out the chat. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. You better be subscribed. And then if it doesn't annoy you, hit that bell to receive notifications anytime we launch a new video or go live. And if you can afford it and you haven't already, please do me a massive favor. I mean, massive favor. And head over to patreon.com/radical democracy and just contribute whatever you can afford, $1 a month or whatever you can afford. I will appreciate it. If that's the only way that this channel can keep going and growing. I know I'm a socialist, but we all believe in people being paid for their labor. I need to get paid for the labor, or else I can't, because of the system that we work in. If we had a universal basic income, I wouldn't even be asking you for money. It would all be supplemental and I could survive, and that would be totally cool. But I can't survive, and I'll eventually have to go to work for some employer somewhere. And I'm trying to I'm building a democratic workplace. So radical democracy will be a democratic workplace. So contributing to radical democracy, you are actually contributing to actual radical democracy, the actual concept of radical democracy, which is democracy in the workplace, democracy in other institutions as well. But democracy in the workplace is where radical democracy begins. And so we're doing it here. It's not just a name. It's a way of living. And so if you can, please head over to patreon.com/radical democracy. There's a link in the description box below at the bottom of the description box. If you're on mobile, you got to click the little arrow next to the title and you can see the link to the Patreon down at the bottom of the description box. Please head over there and just, even if it's $1 a month, I'm asking you to please support independent, Black media here. As we're talking about Black Lives Matter, we need to have more Black voices on the left in left media and independent media. And so I want to be one of those voices, and with your support, I can be. And so, and I want to grow it and grow the channel and bring more people in here, bring more voices in here, more marginalized peoples in here, and hopefully have all kinds of, voices on the left in this space. And so I don't plan at all to hold this space for myself. I want to open it up to as wide as we can. And so please support the cause, support the channel. Patreon.com/radical democracy. Head there right now and just drop, $1. If you can contribute $1 or more, whatever you can afford, it is deeply appreciated. And I will give you a massive shout out. Also, as I said, I will be opening up one thing for my Patreon patrons, which will be just allowing you to share links in the chat. So I'll make sure that I do that. Also, I will. Steve Alvarez asked me about the chat, a community chat feature that was mentioned on the Patreon page. I haven't gotten around to doing it yet, Steve, but I do intend to do that. I plan to create a Discord, and so we'll have a Discord chat community for this radical democracy community where we can talk about issues of democracy and radical democracy and how we can, build power. And I'm actually, hoping to volunteer with Black Socialists of America. They're working on something called the Dual Power app, which is supposed to help, socialist organizations develop workplace democracy, build democratic infrastructure. And so I would like to lend a hand if I can, as well as, hopefully the technology could eventually be used in our democratic workplace. So please help me build democracy. Help me overthrow capitalism, one worker cooperative at a time by contributing a few dollars a month to the Patreon. Shout out to all my patrons. You are wonderful human beings, and I deeply appreciate you, and I can't thank you enough for keeping this thing up and running and going. And so thank you so much. And the goal is to get to $100. That's the first goal, is $100 pledge. So please head over there, pledge a few dollars, and help keep this thing going. It's the only way to keep it going, really. If you can afford it, I need you to go make it happen. All right, I'm going to stop asking about it now. And a shout out to Mark McKeever. I do see the links that you sent over, so I will check those out when I have a second, when we got a free second here. So, all right. Thank you to everyone that's here. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell to receive notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. Okay. Let me get to some more comments here. All right. Yeah, Mark McKeever said the Washington Mystics WNBA team nailed yesterday wearing T-shirts, Jacob Blake's name on the front and 7 holes on the back. Damn powerful to see. Yes, it was. That was a really powerful image. That was beautiful. We're going to talk about some of the protests in sports and the reaction there. And so I want to get to that. So we will get to that story soon. And so we'll talk about that some more. So yeah, absolutely. I saw that, and that was a really powerful image, and a great act of solidarity. So particular what they did beyond that, not just that visual act, but what the steps they took beyond that is what I'm really referring to. So we'll talk about that more in a sec. All right. Thanatos says a peaceful protest with permission is just a parade. LOL. Exactly. Yep. Like peaceful protest with permission. That's nothing but a parade. And parades are little celebrations that nobody, they don't disrupt anything, and they don't create any space for change. So I have no interest in participating in those cosmetic, celebratory, just like circle jerks. Like that's not what I'm there for. Like I'm trying to make change happen here. All right. Steve Alvarez says, let us know if you have some alternative to Patreon for a tip jar until then. Yeah, I'll look into that. I set up like a coffee, which Tammy, I think, mentioned. I can look into coffee as an option, or straight up Venmo even. I talked to Steve about Venmo, and he actually warned me about some of the dangers of Venmo, because there's some Venmo scams that people can run sometimes. And so I want to be wary and make sure that whatever we use is safe, secure. So I don't want to get anyone caught up in anything like that. I can look into Cash App or, Coffee potentially. Coffee is I think it's a lot better, honestly, because they take a lot less of a fee from you. And so I would prefer to use Coffee, but people use Patreon already. So let me know, my patrons, if my patrons are cool with moving over to Coffee or that, we'll see, because I don't want to annoy people, and it's already, you've already done so much, but Coffee takes less money from the creators. And so, the channel actually gets more, out of the $50 that I have pledged right now, Patreon takes $13 out of it. So they take damn near a third of it. So it's really vicious. So I would like to look into a different option if possible at some point, or just, I'm a web developer. I can set up a website eventually and do direct membership to Radical Democracy once we grow this into something bigger. But that's what we would need funding to get to that point. I would have to, I can't do that on my spare time. I need to hire, someone to do it, or I'd have to pay somebody to do that at some point to manage it. And so we'd have to get the channel a little bit. We got to grow a little bit first. So we'll get there. We will get there. I assure you, we're going to get there. Thank you so much, by the way, Steve. Like, thank you so much for all of your, just the support, and that's amazing. I really appreciate that. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really. And Steve is, you're amazing. I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, Steve is also a school teacher, so shout out to teachers, and we need to show love to teachers and really just value teachers the way that they should be in society. And it's a damn shame how they underpay you, and you just deserve a lot better. And they talk about how cops are heroes all the time, but they don't talk about how teachers are heroes for just doing what they do every day. And honestly, like, the risks that teachers take nowadays with like mass shootings and COVID-19 are like greater than anything that I see, any dangers that I see a cop having to risk. Like, teachers aren't armed with friggin', high power weapons that can murder people if they cross them the wrong way. And so, I love every teacher, and shout out to all the teachers out there. And we need to, I have friends who are teachers, and they got to pay for their students' supplies, like school supplies. They got to buy school supplies out of their own pocket when they're already underpaid, severely underpaid, having to work a second job. That's, these are the people that are caring for our children, for a significant portion of the day and during their most fragile stages of their lives. Like, we're entrusting them with our children's psyche. Like, why the hell would we want tired, burnt out people that have to work 2 jobs? Like, I want well-rested people who are working less hours and being paid more money so that they're comfortable. If they're going to be, we're going to ask them to do such, important, vital, critical work, then we should treat teachers with the respect and the dignity that they deserve. And that just doesn't happen in our sick society. So I am so damn sorry for that, Steve. And shout out to Steve, who is just supporting and, active in trying to enact and affect change. And so I love to see that. And that's really inspirational. And so thank you, Steve, for all that you do and for all the support. It means so much. And to all the patrons out there, I really do really appreciate you all. So, all right. Mark McKeever says, just now, after a moment of silence lasting for 42 seconds in honor of Jackie Robinson, the Mets/Marlins left the field, leaving a Black Lives Matter T-shirt on home plate. So we're going to get to this story later with the sports, and we'll talk more about that. And Tammy says, Mark McKeever, appreciating the updates, Mark. Me too. Thank you so much, Mark. I really do. Like, that's awesome. We got telling you, the community. I just love to see how this is a community effort here at Radical Democracy. Like, it is. We do this as a community, and it just makes the stream better, and it makes it makes everything better. And so I love the community. I really do. It's the best part of this is just, and it's a growing community. It keeps getting bigger, and we're getting more subscribers. And, we have some new commenters on the videos that are really some really insightful comments. And I've seen a lot of really insightful comments recently. So I'm going to have to do another one of those, comrade comments, response videos, because I've just seen so many great, insightful comments recently. And I want to, highlight that when it happens. And so thank you. Shout out to our newest commenters and folks all around. A few names ring out, but I won't say them because I'm probably going to mess it up right now off the top of my head. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanato says, all cops are bastards, but ACAB, all cops are bastards, but I also understand that there are misguided people in all professions. They hope for one thing, but doesn't mean the system will allow it. Exactly. So I totally allow for the fact that there are going to be some cops that are they're actually decent people that are just trying to do some good. And they think that it's they listen to, they drink the Kool-Aid, and they think that this is they hear it, they see it in the movies, and cops seem like they're really respected, and they're cool, and they're well respected in the community, and they get all this honor. And I can totally see why somebody would be drawn towards that. But the problem is that if the system wasn't a system, that's how systems work. They just, it doesn't matter what you put in, it's a machine. It's I don't even know what type of, but it's like it doesn't it's like it will grind anything up and spit out, you know, just mush on the other side. And so whatever you go in there as and you think that you're going to change the force, it's not realistic. This like change the system from within idea. It's just we have to start to recognize it as a fundamentally, you know, flawed view in of how, you know, system change actually happens. And so, you know, this idea of we're going to change the system from within the system and use the system to change the system, it sounds nice, but it just show me some examples of that working and that being lasting change. Show me some lasting change that happened that way. I don't see it. I don't see it. So we need fundamental change, defunding the police, moving that funding towards social services, social workers, more social workers, drug programs, people, you know, decriminalize all drugs, decriminalize sex work. Like these are not things that cops need to be handling. You know, mental health response to any mental health crisis. There should not be an armed individual showing up there. I don't care. Let it be you will be a hero to me if you actually show up and you don't have a gun and you're just going there and you're going to protect people, you know, by whatever means. Like that's what it, you know, it is what it is. Like I'm not going to hold anything against you. There's this great video. I don't have it ready right now, but there's this great video of someone, the cops in the UK. There's like a dude with a machete, and they're out there with like trash barrels and recycling bins, and they actually like disarm this dude who's swinging a machete around. Not a single gunshot is fired. There's like 30 police swarm this dude. And like, that's how you work. You work as a team, you work as a unit, you actually be tactical. And like, that's so respectable. You would be a hero to me. Like I would actually treat you like a hero. You would be well respected in communities, but that's not what happens anymore. And that's why cops have lost all respect, particularly in Black communities. It's like, you've lost all respect. You're not there to serve us. You're not there to protect us. Black people, Black communities are both under policed and over policed. They under police us in the sense that they don't solve crimes. When crimes happen against us, when crimes get committed against Black women, Black trans women, Black trans people, Black people in general, when crimes get committed against us and violent crimes get perpetrated against us, those crimes go largely unsolved in this country. But then we're over policed in the sense that we're constantly harassed through, broken windows policing, stop and frisk, all these just effed up policies that over police Black people, put more cops in our communities. And even though we use drugs at the same or lower rates that we carry drugs around as white people, even though we use them at nearly identical rates or lower rates, we are still arrested in charge at we're 4 times more likely to be arrested, even though we use marijuana at the same rate, and that's a drug that is legal in half of the states and is now being legalized all over the country. And so, but we got people still locked up all over the country for it still. And so that's, this is the system that we're in. And so that's what the systems are. And we got to recognize that yeah, sure, there can be good people that get into there, but they're going to get chewed up and spit out. And so whatever they go in as, they're coming out as what the system intends. And that's just going to be obedient cops that go along to get along. That if you're not a cop that's reporting your peers, if you haven't reported some misconduct of your peers, then you're not a good cop. You're not a good cop because you don't murder Black people. Like, that's not enough to be good. You're entrusted with a weapon, with a dangerous weapon in society. You're the people that we're entrusting with, these violent, dangerous weapons. You have the highest trust in our society. Like, you should be held to a higher standard. You should be held to a higher standard than the average person. You have more training. You should have more training, be equipped for those situations. So,
next story.
Yes, let's get to the next story. I don't want to get too tied up on the comments. We're going to get some more comments, I promise. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Really appreciate it. Let's get this going. Oh, yeah, Mark says ready for the next story. Love it. Okay, let's do it. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. So, yeah, this is a rough one. Okay, so Sorry, I promised this was going to be a somber stream here. I promised you that. So next story up. This is a clip I'm going to share from Democracy Now! And then we'll discuss. Oh, sorry. We got to get you some audio here. Hold on one sec. Let me just get you the audio. Let's see if this works.
The white teenager who opened fire on Black Lives Matter
I'm not hearing it, so I can't imagine that you guys are hearing that.
I'm hearing it.
Okay, you are? Okay. So I'm not hearing it. I apologize, folks. I can't actually hear it, but that's okay. As long as you can, then that's fine. Give me one sec. Let me just restart this clip here for you.
Meanwhile, police have arrested the white teenager who opened fire on Black Lives Matter protesters in Kenosha Tuesday, killing 2 people and injuring a third. 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, a self-declared militia member and avid Trump supporter who was spotted front row at one of the president's rallies in January, was apprehended in Antioch, Illinois, Wednesday and charged with murder. On social media, Kyle Rittenhouse posted frequently in support of the pro-police Blue Lives Matter movement, posed with guns, and appeared in a photo when he was just 15 years old wearing a police uniform as part of a public safety cadet program. Eyewitness videos of Rittenhouse's rampage show a shooter with a long gun falling to the ground and shooting into a crowd as protesters attempt to disarm him. Later videos show police then allowed Rittenhouse to leave the scene even as people attempted to identify him as the shooter. At a news conference Wednesday, Kenosha Police Chief Dan Miskinis blamed protesters for the deadly assault. This all comes as damning video from earlier in the night show Kenosha police offering armed vigilantes water.
We got to save a couple, but we'll give you a couple. We appreciate you guys. We really do.
After headlines, we'll go to Wisconsin for the latest. Meanwhile, professional basketball, baseball,
Sorry, had myself muted. I apologize. So that was Amy Goodman with Democracy Now! And so she's saying there that, telling you about this domestic terrorist essentially who traveled from Illinois into about 30 minutes southwest of Illinois, southwest of Kenosha, Wisconsin, traveled up to Kenosha from Illinois, and with with a long rifle, and after, and we'll see more about his interactions with the police, he proceeded to shoot 3 people, killing 2. These were, protesters that were out there, and the New York Times actually did a really good piece where they tracked his movements throughout the night. And Amy Goodman just showed you some of those clips. They showed you there at the end, you saw him actually like walking straight past the police with the rifle. There was actually a point where he's walking up, and we'll see it. He's walking up to past police cars with the rifle, with people yelling like, that is the guy, he just killed people. That guy right there just killed people. And he just keeps walking. And this is the same city, same police department that just put 7 shots, into the back of Jacob Blake. And so same police department here. They can see an armed dude who just killed 3 people, just murdered 3 people, and is now walking up to them with a long rifle. But what's the difference between the two of them? I only see one fucking difference. I only see one difference between these 2 people. And it's like, no, I see a whole lot of differences, but I only see one, one other difference. We see the difference. One of them was really violent. One of them was actually violent. And one of them was an actual threat. One of them actually harmed people. One of them actually harmed and was violent to people. And one of them actually harmed people. And we see what, the way that the police respond to him versus the way that, police respond to this domestic terrorist. So here's this. Let's check out this article from New York Times that I thought was a really good article, where they actually tracked the movements of this domestic terrorist from earlier on in the night, and we'll also see some of the police reaction in response, and then also the response from Joe Biden as well. So first up, let's grab this. So this is a New York Times article. It's called "Tracking the Suspect in the Fatal Kenosha Shootings." So, footage appears to show a teenager shooting 3 people during protests in Wisconsin. We tracked his movements that night. As you'll see, the shooter was 17 years old. So a teenager who walked among protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin, carrying a military-style semi-automatic rifle was arrested and faces a charge of first-degree intentional homicide in connection with the shootings that left 2 people dead on Tuesday night. Kyle Rittenhouse, a 17-year-old Illinois resident, appeared on multiple videos taken throughout the night by protesters and bystanders who chronicled the events as peaceful protests gave way to chaos, with demonstrators, armed civilians, and others facing off against one another and the police in the darkened streets. The New York Times visual, and that they make that sound really spooky and dark and eerie, like this. The New York Times visual investigations unit analyzed hours of footage to track Mr. Rittenhouse's movements in the moments leading up to and during the shootings. So, they're going to start to tell you a little bit about the background of Kyle Rittenhouse. So that's the domestic terrorist who killed, shot 3 civilians, killing 2 of them. So a little background on Rittenhouse. Multiple posts on his social media accounts proclaim support for pro-police causes like the Blue Lives Matter movement and Humanize the Badge, a nonprofit that he ran a Facebook fundraiser for on his 16th birthday. So Humanize the Badge is who he's trying to run Facebook fundraisers for on his 16th birthday. So we can see what kind of, this is a teenager who's been radicalized apparently through, within his community. Parents probably radicalized him into this sort of, pro-police stance. His posts also suggest a strong affinity for guns, with videos showing Mr. Rittenhouse taking backyard target practice, posing with guns, and assembling an assault rifle. So about 2 hours before the first shooting, the producer of a video live stream interviews Mr. Rittenhouse at a Kenosha vehicle dealership. And he's there at the same time as several other armed men. Some of them are positioned on the building's roof overlooking the parking lot where vehicles were burned the day before. And so, this is him here, and they're interviewing him here. Sorry, I'm going to have to share the audio on this. 1 second.
front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit. We're protecting from the citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property.
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back?
So there you can hear him saying that they don't have non-lethal bullets on them. So he's saying they only have lethal bullets, and he's, admitting to that, seems really hyped up to, seems very hyped up about it. And, they say that in most of the, about 15 minutes before the first shooting, police officers drive past Mr. Rittenhouse and the other armed civilians who claim to be protecting the dealership and offer water out of appreciation. So there's a video of the cops actually rolling up, and you saw that in the video with Amy Goodman from Democracy Now!, where they actually show the cops. You can hear them drive up and offer water to Rittenhouse and other, militia members. And we'll see some more of the police interactions with the white supremacist militia that shows, how they operate. So, I'm not going to go through this whole article here. They take you through it. They show they have video of him actually killing somebody here. I'm not going to play that video. They chase him down, after he's already shot somebody in the head, killing them. Other protesters were there trying to, make makeshift bandages to try to stop the bleeding on this person, who had been killed at that point, really. And after he had already killed somebody, who earlier in the night, that person and him had an interaction, where you can hear him saying, the person that ended up getting shot in the head saying, "Don't point that gun towards me, motherfucker." Like, so it appear, it sounds like from the, just audio there that this, dude this domestic terrorist may have, been instigating from earlier on. It happened about an hour before he ended up getting shot in the head. There's this audio of him saying this. And so, yeah, so there's this video where you can see him running down the street. People are chasing him because they know that he just murdered somebody. That's some really brave souls, honestly. Like, in this situation, like, I get it, and you don't want this person to go off and go on a rampage and kill more people. So I totally get it. There's no right thing to do here. The people that tried to stop him are fucking heroes. Those are the actual real heroes in this situation. And we can actually, I'll show you one of them, because they deserve to be known. They deserve to have their names known and to be seen, not this piece of shit. Like, if I could avoid saying his name and showing his picture, I would. Like, I'll try to have this stuff better put together next time. This is kind of a late night stream, which don't always go so great. I know, but so it's just I don't want to give this dude too much airtime and highlight his story too much, because honestly, I mean, I'm just trying to present the facts of what actually happened that night. I think that Democracy Now! Did a pretty good job. I wish I could know exactly what they covered, but unfortunately I couldn't hear the audio of the video, so I don't actually know exactly the details. I'm going to try to fix my audio as well right now, so that stops happening. Hopefully that'll fix it, but we'll see. So yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look at one of the people who actually. This is one of the protesters here who was killed tragically by this domestic terrorist, and this hero's name was Anthony Huber, and he was one of the protesters who was murdered last night in Kenosha. He was trying to stop the terrorists from hurting more people. He died as a hero. Let's all remember his name. That was tweeted out by Hamdia Ahmed, and she's a Black Lives Matter activist and a refugee, and an African refugee. And so this is a beautiful human being right here. He's one of the people who chased down this terrorist after he had already killed somebody, trying to stop him, and he did what he could. I mean, he was wielding a skateboard, and he ended up getting shot and killed by this monster. And so
I think he survived by his girlfriend and child.
Tammy says she believes that he survived by his girlfriend and child. So, my condolences to them, and just my heart goes out to you. And I am just so sorry that just a piece of shit like that, was able to take the life of a decent human being like your fiance or husband and father. And so he certainly deserved better, and hopefully he will, his name will be remembered. And Anthony Huber is definitely a name that we should remember as a hero who, from what he did, who knows, maybe he did save more lives with his actions. So thank you to him for putting his life on the line like he did and trying to help others. And I just wish his life hadn't been cut short. So I'm glad that this piece of shit is getting charged, though. So all right, let's check out a couple more things here. On this, I just want to show you one other clip. This was actually a clip that I saw on. It was the Rational National that had this on his segment on a segment on this topic, and I just wanted to. He had this video that I couldn't find elsewhere right now, and so I'm just going to use this segment from Rational National. Shout out to Rational National. Love your show. Inspiration for this one. Hope to end up on your show someday. I think I will make that happen through, once this community grows, we will make that happen. And so let's get Radical Democracy onto Rational National and collab with that good brother David Dole. All right, so let me play this clip for you so you can just see. And this is going to be a militia member actually talking to a Black Lives Matter protester in an actually respectful conversation, where you're gonna see him reveal what the police. He's just openly given information. There's no reason for him to lie about this here, and this is after the shooting has taken place now, and after people have been killed, and now Black Lives Matter protester is talking, respectfully to this, white militia member. And I just want you to hear what he tells that Black Lives Matter protester, what he reports the cops told them, the militia, earlier on in the night. So check this out. And again, shout out to Rational National for, digging up this clip and posting this clip in this video. So. Oh, sorry, y'all. Hold on. I got to give you audio on that. Sorry about that. Sorry, because I can't hear the audio right now, I really apologize. My audio situation is screwed up on this stream right now, and because I don't have the audio, I can't hear it. I have to. I'm gonna have to play that back from the beginning, but I don't know quite exactly when to play it from. So bear with me here. One of my pet peeves about this streaming software, StreamYard, that they don't just automatically share the audio. I gotta choose it every time. Wish there was a way to default it. Okay, sorry about that. Here we go. So this is from the Rational National.
Towards them because they knew they could handle them. Watch this.
Trap this goddamn bullshit business in, I get it. But you left the city open.
Well, do you know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them. And then we're going to leave.
See?
And then as soon as they said
the second the shots fired, I had to tell like 6 people it wasn't fucking you guys.
Yeah. So like we fucking, as soon as they said that bullshit to us, people hurt. Oh, you're hurt. You need.
There you go.
So as you heard there, that was a white militia member talking to a Black Lives Matter protester, telling him straight up that cops had told them that, hey, we're going to push these protesters back towards you and y'all can handle them. So here are the cops whose job it is supposedly to be keeping the peace out here. And they're saying they're going to just push these protesters towards a bunch of untrained, armed, militia members who they have no clue what their motivations are. And they're perfectly content collaborating with untrained individuals in this, trying to use tactics, and then also putting that off to say, hey, we're going to push these people towards you. And then you, the other poor people who have, your own lives to go back to and stuff, who have no training and no protection, and you're not going to get the same protection that a cop gets. You, the militia member, trust me, you will not get the same protection that the cop gets. And so, and that's what that militia member realized. Like, that's why he was like, that's some bullshit that they told him. Like, that was some bullshit to him. Like, it was like, whoa, wait, so we're supposed to be the ones that are now putting our lives, on the line supposedly. And, without all the protection of being a cop. And so it's a wild moment to see them, just like wake up to that realization, and also to be able to have that conversation, right there in the moment with a white militia member who were there supposedly to protect property, and then realizing in that moment that you're there, protecting the very people that are oppressing you. And so that militia member is like realizing this in the moment, and it's kind of surreal to watch, but that's what we got. That's what's going on here. We got the police working with the militia, coordinated with these militias who are untrained people, and telling them they can handle the protesters however they see fit. And so, what do you think that situation? What situation is that going to create? And we see what it leads to. So, all right. So I want to show you one other thing that just like was wild. This is wild. So I got to show you this clip. This is a just insane clip of the Kenosha sheriff just talking about what he thinks about just the masses of essentially Black people in his community, but just the masses of people, the masses of people in his community. And let's be real. He's talking about the Black folks here, but let's just see what this Kenosha sheriff has to say about that. So
that I think society has to come to a threshold where there's some people that aren't worth saving. We need to build warehouses to put these people into it and lock them away for the rest of their lives. Some point we have to get to the point that we lock these people up. We have an agent assigned to each and every person that goes through the court system. And if they can't complete high school, if they get in trouble in high school, if they have a criminal record, if they do drive-by shootings, if they sell or give heroin to other people, if they come and steal thousands of dollars, if we don't think this costs society and the people of our community and our nation, if we don't think that costs us billions of dollars, you're wrong. Let's put them in jail. Let's stop them from truly, at least some of these males going out and getting 10 other women pregnant and having small children. Let's put them away. At some point, we have to stop being politically correct. And I don't care what race, I don't care how old they are. If there's a threshold that they cross, these people have to be warehoused. No recreational time in the jails. We put them away. We put them away for the rest of their lives so that the rest of us can be better. In this country, in this community, in this state, we have to get to the point that we no longer will put up with the garbage people that fill our communities, that are our cancer to our society. The ones that do carjackings in Milwaukee. They go into a car while their child is in the back seat because it's running and they're filling it up with gas. These people are not an asset to society. These people just need to flat out go away.
Yep.
Okay, so that was a clip from, shout out to Rebel HQ. That was Emma Vigeland from TYT that dug up that clip there. So shout out to Rebel HQ, Emma Vigeland over at TYT. And that was just fucking insane. Like, what the fuck? What is he talking about? Like, that's some crazy shit. Like, to be like, yo, all these people, we need to just lock them up in a warehouse for the rest of their lives, that they're beyond the threshold. And then all these people, they're just beyond the threshold. He's just talking about the protesters. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, this is the sheriff of that city. So what do you think that this is what the system produces here? This is what the system produces. So you think that you're going to have a sheriff like that? That's the person at the top right there. You think that they're going to be what's underneath? You think that there's any point in that system where there can be a good cop in there that's going to do any real good in that system? Like, what we need is a just massive defunding, divesting, if that makes you feel better. If that helps you sell it better, it's divesting, but it's defunding the police. Defund the police, abolish the damn police, because what we need in their place is actual peace officers. No more police officers. Create a force of actual peace officers. Pay them tons of money, train them like crazy, like not crazy literally, but train them a ton, a bunch, all kinds of training, make sure they have like degrees in psychology, and they have, hundreds of hours of de-escalation training and all that sort of stuff. And pay them crazy amounts of money. And they will be some of the highest respected people in our society. And they will actually be sent out there in the situations where we actually need somebody to stop a violent crime, from happening or whatever. And we can actually save a life there. Then yes, we will send these people in to try, but it has to be like that. And the rest of that money needs to go towards these, in like, some of these cities. It's like, you look at them, you look at the history of like this city, and like, they showed, and I think that David Dole talked about this in his video that he did. Like, they showed that like in that city over the past like 30 years, over the past like 10 years, that 30%, there was like a 30% increase in the police budget, while there were cuts to like education, housing, all the social services. They cut all those, and then they increased policing. So when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? So when all you have is policing, then everything's going to look like a crime, right? And so that's what they do. They all of a sudden, everything in this society, they just deem it a crime, and they start to treat everybody like criminals. And before long, you get the sheriff out here talking about locking everybody up in warehouses. Like, you fucking nut job. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, that's crazy shit. Like, that's crazy talk right there. That's authoritarian, crazy shit right there. And we need to just be able to just call that what it is and be like, yo, that's some crazy shit. And that has no place in our society. It's got no place in our society. And we can't allow that sort of stuff to happen. This is not, and so these movements have to really be about, recognizing that it can't, the little chipping around the edges, it's just not going to work. We need fundamental change, fundamental system change, because people like this are going to be the people that are naturally drawn towards these jobs, and like border patrol and ICE agents. Like, who do you think are doing these jobs? It's like, it's the Kyle Rittenhouses of the world that are going to go on. He was a cop loving kid. Like, these people just love the cops, and he has, there's pictures of him dressed like a cop for his like 15th or 16th birthday, like, full police uniform on. Like, this dude, all he wanted to do was go be a cop, and look at what he would have done. He would have been able to legally murder people, and who knows, maybe he still will. Who knows? It's not ruled out yet. It hasn't been ruled out yet, because he killed some Black Lives Matter protesters. So Lord knows the system is going to be stacked in his favor in this situation, because it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's about who's on the side of power and who's against it. And so these people, if you're out there fighting that kid, his statement at the beginning, like he talked about, being out there to protect property and shit. Like, it's just so disgusting. These people, they're wanton like disregard of human life in favor of things like property. It blows my mind that you could actually have an ideology like that. Like, you actually believe that your property is more valuable than another human's life. It disgusts me. It's fucking disgusting. I'm sorry for swearing so much. Sorry. I'm gonna try to keep it clean. Y'all. Mark McKeever says, after seeing today's vile glorification of this terrorist, I'm just astonished of all the hate in this country. We are so lost, and the elite is loving this division amongst us. Absolutely. That's the point that I was trying to make, that I wasn't making too well before, about with the white militia guy, and the fact that even the cops in this situation recognize what that is. Cops are class traitors, right? Like, I hope we all see this and recognize this. Cops are class traitors. They are people who they're of the working class. They are working class people, but the whole institution is developed around protecting the employer class, protecting the property owners, protecting property, which protects the property owners, protecting the capital owners. And so that's what, they say 9/10 of the law is possession. That's about property. It's about what's property, right? And that's what possession is who owns something, who has something, what is it, who does it belong to, right? That's how you possess something. And so, yeah, it's all about, that's absolutely 100% correct, Mark. And that's the part that trips me up the most. And I when I speak on these issues, sometimes I speak too much in that favor, and people get a little perturbed by the fact that I don't hammer the point home, like, hey, listen, this is a racist act, like, it's terrible, it's awful, because I sometimes dwell a little too much on the fact of like the class issue, and sometimes not devoting enough time to the race issue that deserves the attention. It deserves to be said, but I do like to focus on the fact that at the end of the day, it's class that is the division that matters. It's class that is the actual division that matters. And the division, that's the war that we're fighting. We're fighting in a class war right now. And the problem is that we don't know, half of the people don't realize what side they're on, and they're fighting on the wrong side of the class war. And that's the real war that's going on. And they'd like to convert it into a race war. They would like this to be a race war, but like, I don't know black people that are out here. Like, I just don't know black people that are out here. Like, I just hate all white people. I just want to go out there and fight them and kill them. And like, no, man, like, people are just trying to live their damn lives. We're just trying to live our lives, and we're just trying to live right now. Like, it's just about living, just surviving, and not being under the constant threat of like, is my life going to be taken, without any justice, without any, just indiscriminately taken from me by these state actors, these tyrannical state actors. So that's what people are, afraid of right now. And that's what Black Lives Matter is about. It's not to say, that other lives don't matter. That's not what's implied there. It's just not true. And when somebody comes out, when an activist comes out, an environmental activist comes out and says, save the rainforest, they don't mean, and fuck all the other trees, like, that's not the implication behind it. They're not out there like burning down all the other trees and out here like saving the rainforest. They're like, save the rainforest, but cure cancer, but fuck every other disease. It's like, no, if that's your issue that you're fighting on, it's like, that's what you're trying to say is just like, that's the thing that needs more attention. That's not getting the attention that it deserves. And that's all that Black Lives Matter is about trying to get the attention that it deserves and just be recognized as a human. We just want the same rights that white folks have enjoyed in this country for centuries. And that's all we're trying to just get to parity. And that's the sad thing is that, trying to fight for like equality just feels so wrong because folks like James Baldwin would say like, listen, we don't want equality, we just want to be left alone. Just you leave us alone so that we can just live our lives, is what we're really looking for. And so yeah, sorry about all the technical difficulties tonight, folks. Just flipping through some of the comments. Tammy says that the sheriff is so overtly racist. What the fuck? Yeah, absolutely. Mark McKeever says, oh my God, the RNC just touted an old speech of Ben Carson. It's fucking creepy. Huh? That's wild. Yeah, the RNC, like I couldn't do it tonight. It's been I loved the Kimberly Guilfoyle like speech. Was just like, I was so entertained and just like, I wasn't even watching it, but I heard her yelling at me. Like I didn't even have my TV on, but I could just hear her fucking yelling and I had to flip that shit on. So, yeah, she was definitely on. I know cocaine usage when I see it. And, that was somebody that was feeling themselves. Yeah, her and Don Jr. there were, yeah, they had the sniffles. So Tammy says, you think if he's going to hold that same attitude and rhetoric towards the Kenosha terrorist, LOL. Exactly. Like, it's like this cop is like, that dude, you should have saw him earlier. Like, he was like laughing about shit and was like saying how it wasn't their jurisdiction and they weren't going to handle it. And he was like laughing about the situation when he found about the sheriff. And like, exactly this, the sheriff that we just saw, he was on video, like laughing about the shit, essentially, like saying like, he's not going to investigate it. They're like it's out of their jurisdiction. The Illinois Police Department was going to handle it, even though the shooting happened in their territory. The guy just got, detained in Illinois. And let me show you. I want to show you one other video because you really got to see this stuff because I was getting frustrated going through this video, but I want to show you when I just want to show you how he walks through the police in this thing. So I'm going to need Tammy to be my audio check here. And one more comment we got from FL says, love the way you explain that. It's not who's right or wrong. It's who's on the side of power. Absolutely. It's about identifying power. And, Noam Chomsky says that we have to, identify any power imbalances, and then power should always be questioned, and it's the responsibility of power to justify itself. So he says power always has to justify itself. If it cannot justify itself, then it must be taken apart and dismantled. So that's his approach towards what power can be justified. Well, like in the case of, for instance, like a parent with a child, right? You got to do some stuff sometimes where it's sort of almost authoritarian-esque, where you got to say like, listen, you can't do this thing. Like a kid wants to run out into the street, right? And they want to have the liberty and the freedom to do what they want, right? But you have to do the authoritarian thing and say, no, you can't go in, you can't run in the street. And the why is because I say so, essentially, right? Because it's dangerous, right? And I told you not to, right? And it's dangerous. Even though you want to do that, it's dangerous and it's going to hurt you. And so in order to protect you, I need you have to listen to me. I'm going to have to do something authoritarian. I'm going to have to enforce power over you. And that's a power that can actually justify itself. So that's a justified use of power. You're doing it to literally protect this person's life. So yes, that's a justified use of power. That's something that we can uphold. But in the, the sense of, what police are doing right now to unarmed Black civilians and not just unarmed Black people, it's just disproportionate with Black people. It happens, police kill more white people than they kill Black people, but it's disproportionate as hell, right? It's just so severely disproportionate. So it's just that, white people outnumber Black folks in this country, it's about 6-1 or so, I think it is, 5-1. And so, you're going to have higher instances of happening. So just know that like that's another effect of it. So yeah, I hate to see when they successfully demagogue, and me saying I hate cops, it's successful demagoguery. Like they're successful. I do hate cops, and they have successfully demagogued, you know, cops, between me and cops. So they've drawn this dividing line between me and other poor white people who we share the same class interest. Me and a cop, we have the same class. We should have the same class interest. We're working class people. We should have the same class interest, but we don't. The cops are out there protecting the class interest of the other class, you know, and so that then draws the line for me, and I have to then, you know, be against somebody and you know, fight against somebody essentially that's of the same class as me. And they want to do it with these militia folks and these, you know, these poor white folks that they, you know, you get these folks indoctrinated into like racist ideologies because they are, you know, just desperate. They're all pushed to the brink of, you know, desperation economically, because, you know, most people, if you're like doing all right and you're like doing fine, like you're not really joining like fucking militias. Like, let's be real, who's in militias? Like rich people are not like forming militias. Like, let's be honest here. Let's, you know, we know who it is. It's poor white folks, right? Are these white militias? They're poor white folks, right? And there are black militias, you know, that try to start up, not as many, obviously, but that's what it is. And they try to get us to fight against each other. And this is a success for the ruling class. Like they have succeeded right now. This is success for them. And we have to note that it's not going to not much of this is going to be all that different under a Joe Biden presidency. And I would like to show some of that. So let me jump into that. But a few more comments before we go. All right, so let's jump into the next bit of this. This is really tough to do without audio. I'll tell you that much. I really wish I could fix my audio, but I got my producer Tammy on deck here, and she got us our back. Okay, but before we go, I got to show you one more video of just this is the domestic terrorist walking up after he just killed people. This is him walking up towards police, and just look how the police react. Mind you, he's not going to be detained here. So, and he doesn't get detained in Kenosha. He goes home. So look at this interaction that he has here. Just absolutely nice. Oh, and I see underscores in the building. Hey, what's up, underscore? Shout out to underscore, another patron in the building. Big shout out. He's X in the chat, but we know him more lovingly as underscore. So welcome. Always happy to see you. Aloha, brother. And yes, aloha, comrade. Okay, so let me just show you this one other video of this, because this was wild to me. And just shows you how this the same. Just keep in mind that this is the same police force that just felt the need to put 7 bullets in the back of an unarmed black person, you know, a day earlier. So this is the same police force. Oh, so underscore asked, has this guy been apprehended, by the way? So X says, has this guy been apprehended? Yes, he has. He's been arrested and charged. We just mentioned the exact charges. He's being charged with first-degree intentional homicide. So yes, he was arrested in Illinois, in his home in Illinois. After, and we're going to see now an interaction where he should have been apprehended here in Kenosha. And so let me show you a clip here. And then we will chat a little bit more on the other side. So. Okay. Sorry, just making sure you guys get the audio in this one. All right, give me 1 sec just to pull this up. All right. So this is the domestic terrorist having now killed 2 people, fired into a crowd, essentially, shot another one, in the arm, and that person had a gun on them, mind you, and was shot in the arm that they were carrying the gun in. But likely, you know, if you're more worried, and I'll talk about that on the other side of this clip actually. So let me just show you this clip, and then we'll discuss. So this is the domestic terrorist having just killed 3 people, and you'll hear somebody shouting to the police in the background, and hopefully we can get this audio here.
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them right there. That dude right here. Yeah.
Someone injured straight ahead. No! Get out of the road!
All right. So, I mean, there he goes. You know, he just killed 3 people. You got people screaming at the cops. That dude just killed 3 people. He just shot them. He just shot 3 people. He's got a long rifle on him. And that dude can just walk freely. No worry, no concern. He walked right up to the cops. He walked right up to the cops with a fucking gun on his chest, having just shot dead 2 people and wounded another one. And he's totally comfortable just walking right up to the cops. And what do? They're like, move along. Nothing to see here. You get out of the way, and just let him go. And he just kept walking and kept going. That dude could have went on and just went on a rampage right there if he fucking felt like it. He had the gun. He had the means to go do it. And they just let him go. These are the people that were told, oh, you need these people. These people come to protect you. You need to call them when you're in trouble. What are they doing? So I just had to show you that clip. That was crazy to me. That's just the difference. This is what we talk about when we say Black Lives Matter. It's just that, you know, look, we just want parity. You know, we just want to be able to live in if we have a police force, shouldn't that police force be there to protect us the same that they are there to protect every other citizen? But we just don't feel that, and we don't have that here, and we really don't have that here, and it's not felt in the community, and so it sows distrust. And this is just, it's not a sustainable system here. This is unsustainable. And it's going to lead to more uprisings, more revolts, more rebellion until the system actually fundamentally changes. And so something has to change. We need system change, whole system change. Defunding police, reinvesting that money into social programs, social work, mental health, care, drug addiction, decriminalize all drugs and give people the help that they need for drug addiction, and, decriminalizing sex work. And we shouldn't have cops responding to those situations. Cops do not belong. They have no business being involved in those situations. And so that's what we need. We need a peace officer, and they are, they should be trained to maintain peace. And that's that's the one thing they have to worry about. And just in the terrible situations, maintain the peace. And that's it. And we saw earlier, how they do this in other countries. And it's not fantasy or anything like that. This stuff happens all around the world. We can make this happen. So thank you so much to everyone that's here. If you haven't already, please do me a favor, like this video, hit the like button below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and then hit that bell. If it's not too annoying, hit the bell and then choose all to receive all the notifications every time we go live or launch a new video. Help the channel to grow. Share this on social media. And then really, if you really want to help out big time, then do us a massive favor and head over to patreon.com/radicaldemocracy. Link in the description box below at the bottom of the description box. And please contribute $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $10, whatever you can afford. Please contribute to support independent Black media, and also just to, support democratic workplaces. This radical democracy is not just we're not just radical democracy in name only. We actually want to build radical democracy here in the workplace. And so, folks like my producer Tammy here deserves democracy. She deserves, some pay for her labor. She's been doing a ton of design work and all kinds of cool stuff. I really love to pay people for their labor. It's how people should be able to, exist in this world. And so please help me do that. Help me do that by heading over to patreon.com/radical democracy and dropping, contributing a few dollars. Just for a few dollars, a cup of coffee a month. You really help this channel to grow and to exist, really. So thank you so much to all my current Patreon patrons. And thank you so much to everyone who does sign up additionally. So please head over there right now. Like, don't hesitate. I don't know what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Stop listening to me. You don't have to stop listening to me. You can leave this running in the background and then head over there, patreon.com/radical democracy. Head over. It's $1. Come on, $1 a month, $10, $12 a year. All right. You can do that. You got that. And if you can't afford it, seriously, I get it. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Not everyone has it to spare it. Don't feel bad at all. If you can't, if you have it and you can spare it, please do it, but do not feel bad if you can't. Don't worry about it at all. I appreciate you just being here and supporting in that way. So don't feel bad if you don't have it. I joke around and I say some of this stuff in jest. I don't want to put any burden or anyone like they feel burdened or like I don't want you to feel pressured to do it. So, I do want you to feel pressured in the sense of like, oh, I want to help this thing. And like, you want to help the cause. That's great. That's a good feeling to have. And, it's a nice thing to want to support people, but I don't want you doing it if you're deciding between supporting me and, your meals and your, medicines and things like that. Like, don't you dare. Housing, like, don't you dare. I know you'll be able to support later. Just keep sticking around, coming back, engaging, and that's fine. And I appreciate that. That's more than enough. Nice. I respect that. Let me highlight that one. Let me see. Yeah. So as we see, X, shout out to X. Thank you so much. Yes, sign up, become a patron. X is a patron here for Radical Democracy and one of the first here. And so please, you're helping to build a democratic workplace from the ground up and really to help just build more independent media and help independent media grow, because we know mainstream media aren't doing their damn job. And it's why we keep on getting these shitty politicians. They don't get checked. They don't get called out on their BS, and they're allowed to just keep doing the same gross things that they do. And the system continues. And so we need a new media, because media is powerful. Media just swung an election in this last election. Media swung that election for Biden. And so we have to recognize that. So, media is very powerful, and we need independent media on the left. Independent. It sounded a little Australian twang, a little twinge there. I'm thirsty, y'all, so I'm about to crack this soda right quick because brother needs to drink. Drink. Oops.
Talked a little bit about vigilante justice. You can either read that or skip to the next one.
All right. So, all right, I'm going to keep pushing through, and then we're going to get to some comments at the end. Please keep leaving your thoughts in the comments. I will get to some comments afterward. So thank you to everyone that's here. If you haven't already, I see more folks in the we've had over 100 views on this stream so far. That's pretty dope. We're over 100 already, and what I'd love to see is 100 likes already. So if you haven't already, I need everybody that's watching right now to stop whatever you're doing and press that like button right now. Do it now. Okay, so hit that like button, do me a solid, and we will keep, it just helps the YouTube gods, it pleases the YouTube gods. It just helps the algorithm, helps more people see the video, gets it recommended to more folks. So please hit the like button, subscribe, hit the bell to receive notifications. And as X said, please sign up, become a patron, patreon.com/radical democracy. Head over there now, right now, and just start the $1 a month if you can afford it. $1 a month if you can afford it, or otherwise we will not be able to continue to exist. Okay. All right. let's keep it moving. Keep pushing forward. More stories, more stories, more stories. All right. What's up next? Let me see. Oh, yeah. Let's do Biden response. Okay. So, all righty. So, CNN, I want to show you two clips. So, we're going to first watch I should have thought of which order I wanted to do this in, but we're going to watch a clip from CNN where they're going to discuss some of this. They're going to discuss Biden's response. Okay, so let's watch Biden's response first, and then we'll check out the CNN clip with their framing around it. So, one moment. All right, just making sure we get the audio in there. All right, so check out this clip. This is Joe Biden. This is his response to the Kenosha protests. Okay. And I'm showing you this because I would like to highlight that, this is what the great hope of the Democratic Party here is. This is what we have coming up on the pike. If it's not Trump, this is what we're getting. And so we already know Trump is trash, and that goes without saying. Trump is terrible. His response to this is going to be terrible. He's fascist. It's neo-fascism. It's awful. But I just want to highlight that it's only going to be ever so mildly better under Joe Biden. And it's just ever so mildly better, but not by much. And so this is Joe Biden's response. And let's watch his response, and then we'll come back and talk about it. Okay.
What I saw in that video makes me sick. Once again, a black man, Jacob Blake, has been shot by the police in broad daylight with the whole world watching. I spoke to Jacob's mom and dad, sister, and other members of the family just a little bit earlier, and I told them justice must and will be done. Our hearts are with his family, especially his children. It's horrible what they saw, watching their father get shot. Like Gianna Floyd, they're asking why? Why daddy? Put yourself in the shoes of every black father and black mother in this country and ask, is this what we want America to be? Is this the country we should be? As I said after George Floyd's murder, protesting brutality is a right and absolutely necessary. But burning down communities is not protest. It's needless violence. Violence that endangers lives. Violence that guts businesses and shutters businesses that serve the community. That's wrong. In the midst of this pain, the wisest words that I've heard spoken so far have come from Julia Jackson, Jacob's mother. She looked at the damage done in her community and she said this, quote, "This doesn't reflect my son or my family. So let's unite and heal, do justice, end the violence, and end systemic racism in this country now."
Sorry about that. I gotta get this. Sorry about that, folks. So, all right. So let me just pull up my notes here on that because there's a lot to unpack there. So this is Biden. Now, you'll notice one thing that he did was he really harped on that. He honed in on that line from the mother that we talked about earlier, where she said, Jackson says the damage in the city from the unrest, doesn't reflect my son or my family. And it's exactly what somebody like Joe Biden wants to do. That's the exact point that they want to, a liberal and neoliberal is going to attach onto that, because that's a it's civility politics. It's exactly what they want. You know, it's just tell them that if you just dress a little nicer and you just speak a little bit more respectably, maybe those cops won't shoot you. You know, that's their idea. That's their belief. That's as far as their analysis goes. And so he talks about, you know, in this thing, he talked about, he condemned, you know, they say in the title, he condemns needless violence, you know, after Jacob Blake shooting, you know, he says, first off, he said, you know, justice must and will be done. Like, says who? Like, precedent tells us, you know, if you have, you know, eyes, if you've been paying attention to what's going on in this country for the last few years, you know that justice will most likely not be done. There's no guarantee that there's absolutely everything indicates in the opposite direction that it actually will be there's, you know, all evidence leads to, you know, would lead us to believe that there will be no justice in these cases. These police constantly are able to do this stuff and get away with it, and they get away with it time and time again. And so why will justice, if they say, you know, he said it must and will be done. No, it won't. That's just lies and false hope that you're given. Justice won't be done. Justice doesn't get done in this country. And so you know, in the case of police shooting unarmed Black people, like, it's happened over and over and over again, and we see no justice get done. So stop saying that justice will be done. No, it won't. No, it won't. Nothing you said nothing about actually changing the system so that justice gets done. And so, no, it won't be done. Justice can't be done because our son's life is already severely damaged. I mean, he's been shot 4 times in the back. He's paralyzed from the waist down, possibly permanently paralyzed. You know, he's going to have all kinds of health issues because he's had to have a large portion of his intestine removed. Like, his life will never be the same again if he survives it. And so there's no justice to be done here. It can never be justice. The only justice was it never happening in the first place. That was justice. That can never be done. It could never be done. It's already too late for that. And so, but this is the same guy, and he says, at the end there, he said, we have to end violence, end systemic racism. Yeah, says the guy who doesn't believe in defunding police, who thinks that we should increase funding for the cops. And the same guy wants to end systemic racism. Yeah, that's the guy that just got endorsed by alt-right white supremacist leader Richard Spencer. Yeah, sure, you're ending systemic racism. I'm sure that's why Richard Spencer, alt-right white supremacist Richard Spencer, is endorsing you, because he really believes you're going to end systemic racism. Yeah, my ass. Okay, I'm, just like I get the logical argument against saying, like, oh, well, somebody bad, endorses you. That doesn't mean that you're bad. Of course, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that Richard Spencer ain't siding with somebody that's not going to. I mean, he literally said that he thinks that, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be much more antagonistic towards Black Lives Matter. And I believe he's right about that. I believe that that's a correct analysis, that they will be more antagonistic. They'll say nicer things in front of you, on record. They'll say nice things, right? But the policies that are going to be going on behind the scenes, let's just see. I mean, look at what he said in this video right here. He told us what his response is in this, right? He said, burning down communities, and I quote, burning down communities is not protest. It's needless violence. Violence that endangers lives. Violence that guts businesses that serve the community. That's wrong. Okay? So he's talking about, burning down communities is not protest. It's needless violence. The fuck do you mean? You're burning down buildings. That is not violence. Stop with that bullshit language, that neoliberal bullshit garbage right-wing framing of the language of calling destruction of property violence. Let me tell you some crazy shit. Seriously, if even in the legal system, they literally value property more than they value human lives. I'm telling you, it's just like to actually say, he's doing the same thing that they're doing, where they put property ahead of people. That's the same thing that he's doing right now. He's saying burning down communities is not protest. Yes, the fuck it is. Yes, the fuck it is. Burning some shit down, if that's what gets people's attention, you got to burn some shit down. I'm sorry, but some shit's going to have to get burned down. If that's what has to happen in order to stop murder of human beings, then that's what the fuck we got to do. And I have no issue with shit getting burnt the fuck down. To then talk about, it endangers lives. No. Not doing that shit endangers fucking lives because it allows the status quo to continue. And the status quo is more black and brown people getting murdered by police with no form of justice whatsoever. But I don't want what will make me happy is not cops going to jail for killing black people. It's cops not killing black people. Like, that's what my goal is. Like, that's what I want. I don't want cops to go to jail for killing black people. I don't want more black cops to be the ones killing black people. Like, I see a lot of the framing of these stories are like, oh, white cop shoots black. You know what? A black cop could have done the same goddamn thing. And we saw we've seen black cops, we've seen Latino cops. In the case of Philando Castile, we see Asian cops in the case of George Floyd. We see it doesn't matter what your race is. We saw a black cop in the case of George Floyd. There was a black cop there whose family, I think he was like half black or something, and his family said like he knows better. He was raised in a black family, and it was like his first week on the job or something. And they said, and his sister was out there calling for his own arrest. His own sister, who loves him, was calling for his arrest and saying he knows better. He knows the difference between right and wrong, and he should have known better. He should have stepped in and intervened and stopped the police officer from lynching George Floyd. And so, it doesn't matter if we get, there was like one of the people that Joe Biden was looking at for his vice president before he picked, Kamala Harris was Val Demings, whose big thing was like, oh, Ferguson just needs more black cops. That's what will make it better in Ferguson. They just need more black cops no, it's not. It's not. It's the problem is the institution, not who is within the institution, right? It's the institution itself. So you have to change the institution, getting more. And this is like the same issue that I take with, like, this is going to sound so random, but like people like Elizabeth Warren and the neoliberal ideology of like, you're just going to punish the Wall Street crooks or something. You're just going to punish the certain bankers, and that's the big fight that they fight is like, oh, I'm going to punish these individual bankers. It's not system change. Like, good, they punish these assholes, like punish these like greedy pricks. Sure, I agree. Yes, absolutely. That's like the baseline. Good, get that done. But like, that's not the end of the fight right there. Like, you have to have systemic change or else it goes right back to happening again. You just put other monsters in those high places to go do the damage that they do. So it's just, let me check the comments just to make sure that no technical difficulties here. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, we got a comment from Mark McKeever, who says, I'm afraid that President Sump Pump will use these killings in his speech tonight to further the divide. Yeah. And if he identifies him by name, he'll tarnish the office yet again. Yeah. He'll absolutely. I mean, the whole tarnishing the office thing though, Mark, honestly, like, I mean, the office has been held by slave owners. Like, the office is fucking tarnished, man. Like, they've tarnished that office a long time ago. Obama did drone bombings and was the deporter in chief. Like, he tarnished that office. George Bush tarnished that office with the Iraq war. Like, these people all, you can just go down the list. These people, even FDR, the dude that I love him for all the shit that he advanced, but he's also the dude that oversaw internment camps. Like, so like, these people are not perfect, and the office has been tarnished before. We've had many, virulent racists. Was it Woodrow Wilson that was the massive racist in the White House before? And sexist, misogynist. Like, we've had these people in the White House before. So I agree. He's going to likely, I totally agree with the fact, with the first half, 90%, of that. I totally agree with tarnished office yet again. Yes, I agree that I agree with it 100%. Actually, I agree with your comment entirely. I just think the office is already totally tarnished. Yeah, exactly. Like, it definitely will dirty it some more, but it's already just disgusting. And, yeah, exactly. Like, as Tammy says, it was never clean, in the first place. And so it's been tarnished. It started tarnished. It was built on a legacy of tarnishment, and so, we built this country on a legacy of slavery. We started with the Constitution. It wasn't, we didn't give the, rights to women, black people. And so, it was founded, it's been tarnished, it continues to be tarnished. And the problem is with the institution itself as well. You know, like we don't have a real democracy. This isn't real democracy. We've seen that what we get is oligarchy. We get the same, you know, it's the same, like it's like dynastic at this point. We're probably going to see, you know, President Ivanka Trump in like 2020, like 8 or whatever, you know, like it's just like there's nothing stopping us. It sounds crazy now, but like, I mean, you know, look at the Bushes, and you know, it's just like these families get it. The Clintons, it went from Bill, and then it was going to be Hillary, and it's like these family dynasties and these oligarchies, and it's what we're stuck with in this 2-party duopoly. I just watched a great clip on The Hill with Cornel West where he talked about for the next few years he intends to put all his efforts behind trying to build a people's party. We need an actual third party. So to all the people that are going to tell me, go vote for Joe Biden and then we're going to do whatever and fight him for the next 4 years, like, cool, you know, vote and then do that and you get Joe Biden in there. But then don't turn around 4 years from now and tell me that, you know, third parties aren't viable and blah, blah, blah. When we know right now that there's a third party that is trying to be started, if you don't join that, if you don't add your name onto that email list, if you don't, you know, participate in whatever way you can and contribute in whatever way you can, then don't turn around and get mad at me 4 years from now when I refuse to vote for another Democrat and I'm saying I'm voting in this party because I'm trying to empower the People's Party, because I don't, you know, somebody much smarter than me, Cornel West, has said the Democratic Party appears to be possibly too far gone, and there's no guarantee that it can be reformed. I believed in the idea of reforming the Democratic Party before, but I don't know that it's viable anymore. And so I see a comment right now. X says People's Party for the win. Cornel West and Nina Turner. Abso-fucking-lutely. I agree 1000%. Like, yes, I don't know if you said that before I said that or after. I apologize if I didn't catch that before, but like, I totally agree. The People's Party is what we need. And he says, you know, and Cornel West is going to vote for Joe Biden. He already said, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. I believe getting out the neo-fascists in the office. You know, he believes in that. I am voting third party because one, I have the advantage. I'm in a safe blue state. I can do that. But even if I was in a swing state, I may have voted for third party. Honestly, I probably would have voted third party still, because I've grown tired and weary of voting for the lesser of two evils. And I don't think it's my fault that I want to vote for my values and I want to participate in democracy in an actual, real, meaningful way to myself. And if that feels meaningful to me, then again, it's something that the system is messed up because it's got somebody like me who seems to be informed, not willing to, you know, participate in that way anymore. And so instead of, you know, I want to understand folks that are still sticking with the Democratic Party, and I want to understand them better. So I hope that they'll give us a chance, the folks that are standing on the outside now, and hear us out and maybe, you know, try to build some solidarity, and we can try to work together in whatever way we can. And just like, you can be in the People's Party and still vote for Democrats if you want, you know, if there's no People's Party candidate, but running in your local area. But please try to get behind these third party movements. And when you hear people like Cornel West and Nina Turner backing these movements, like, pay attention. And those are people that I consider, you know, actual Black leaders. And they are, you know, they're signaling to the rest of us. These are people that really think hard on these issues, long and hard on these issues, and put in a lot of hard work and energy into these issues. And they're saying, listen, they just fought for Bernie in electoral politics. They just did the damn thing for Bernie. And they saw what, even with all of that, the DNC will do everything they can, and the Democratic Party will step in, and Obama will make phone calls behind the scenes, and they will fight progressives harder than they will ever fight fascists. They will continue to fight progressives in their own party harder than they will ever fight the GOP and the fascist wing of the Republican Party. And so make no mistake about it, they're more comfortable with that because it's, you know, fascism is capitalism friendly. You know, fascism, the key difference between fascism and socialism, as recently discussed in Richard Wolff's video, where he talked about why do some socialists turn into fascists and why do some fascists turn to socialism. More often it's socialists turning to fascism. And it's you know, because a lot of they have a similar analysis of the problem. It's their solutions that are so different. The solutions of a fascist are very, you know, pro-capitalist. They want to support capital and defend and protect capital, whereas socialists want to tear that down and to, you know, empower you know, workers, and that's the key difference between the two. And so it's, you know, we just have to you know, we have to try to lend some energy to that fight and recognize that there are some other fights that we can fight besides always fighting in the same Democratic Party. I'm a Justice Democrat. I contributed to AOC and Cori Bush. And let me tell you some of the other names, because Paula Jean Swearingen and oh man, there were so many good candidates. I mean, Cori Bush before she was Cori Bush, and Amy Villela in Nevada, and there was what's her name? She had the same last name, Smith, over in, I believe it was Washington. She was running against an Adam Smith, and she was also a Smith. I forget her first name right now, but she was a Justice Democrat. And Ilhan Omar and all these people. I mean, Rashida Tlaib and all these people, you know, I am so about that, and I will fight and do my best. And Cornel West even says, like, respect to those people, and they are fighting a fight that they believe, and they are sincere in their fight. I met AOC before she was AOC, before she literally had the name AOC. She was just Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She was not known by people. She was just a small, like, nobody that was going to lose against a really powerful politician, and nobody knew who she was. And I was out there, you know, making phone calls and donating to her campaign. I mean, you can check the receipts. I can pull up my Act Blue receipts, and you'll see that I was donating. Man, I'll pull them damn receipts up right now if I have to. No, okay, yes. Tammy says I can't. No, okay, so I will not pull up those receipts right now. But I'm telling you, I donated to her from 2017 even, and I tried doing this, like, reform the Democratic Party, and it just, Morgan Harper, Steve Alvarez says, yeah, like, these are, you know, we got some real great people. Kara Eastman. There were just so many good people that I threw money behind. I threw time behind. I believed in it. Oh man, I got some Laura Moser in Texas. She was a good one. Like, there were so many good ones. I even backed Colin Allred, who was like running. He didn't turn out to be too great, but whatever. I think he might have won. I think he won. I can't remember. Adrian Bell. I mean, there's too many to count. And I really did have that mentality. And I still do. I'll still do a little bit of work here and there. And you'll see me. I mean, I'm going to talk about, you know, Alex Morris. I still am drawn towards. I got my ballot here still. I'm going to cast my ballot. I'm voting in the Democratic Party. Like, I'm voting on the Democratic ballot. I'm voting for Ed Markey against Joe Kennedy, and I got, Mike Dooley against John Rogers for my local state rep. Like, because he supports Medicare for all. Like, I'm going to vote on policy, but just, I want to see more of us building a solidarity and trying to push this People's Party forward, because I really do think that we would. It would be a step in the right direction, and there's no guarantee that's going to win, but also there's no guarantee that we'll ever have a chance to break this Democratic Party the way we need to. Sarah Smith. It's Sarah Smith. Okay, so Sarah Smith was the Justice Democrat in Washington. I think 1st District. I think in Washington, if I remember correctly. That's how if my memory serves me, she was running in Washington's 1st District. Am I right? We'll see. Tammy's gonna. 2018. So it's 9th congressional district. Okay, yeah, I was wrong. Okay, sorry. Nope, I was wrong. It was the 9th. All right, forgive me. Cori Bush is Missouri's 1st. Okay, so yeah, that Sarah Smith was a great candidate. Like, these people were awesome, and I support them, and I will, I will continue to back candidates. I'm backing, I support Isan Leckie right now. She's running for Joe Kennedy's old seat. And I like to do a piece on her because I do think that she deserves to win it. I mean, she's better than the other person. And Isan Leckie is like one of us. She's just like, if somebody like us ran, we're not perfect. We're not a politician. We're imperfect people. We're not politicians. Like, we're going to make mistakes, and we got to support people like that. If we want regular working class people to continue to run and to actually win, like, we got to support them. And so, yeah, that's my push to support the People's Party, and check out more of that. There's going to be a People's Convention coming up soon with Cornel West, Nina Turner. I'm just spacing on everybody else right now, but there are some other good folks there. So check that out. Steve Alvarez says, I'm mad jealous you met AOC. I have a bunch of family who lives in our district. I phone banked for her before she beat Crowley. Dope. So we were in the same, we were on the same team there, pushing. I phone banked for her before she beat Crowley. I cried when she won. I cried that night when she won. I cried. I was so happy. It was like, man, that feeling, man, you felt like you were going to Congress. I swear, like it felt like you were a part of that. If you helped, if you contributed it in any little way, you felt like you were a part of that. And when I met her, it was again before she was this famous person, and like I got to have like a 20-minute conversation with her, and it was so refreshing because it was so just I came home and I told my girlfriend at the time, like, it just felt like I was talking to one of our friends. Like it really truly, I mean that. Like it was like she's our age and she's just like, she went to BU, she's traveled, she's been in Boston before. Like I'm from Boston, and so like she went to school in BU, so that's why she like came to do like a fundraiser out here because she has some connections out here and stuff. It's just a small, like literally open to anybody. If you contributed $5, you could get into this thing. And so it was like donate whatever you can afford. I think it was like literally like $5 or $10 at that. And like you got to meet her, talk to her. She really spent time like listening to you because she had all the time, it was like, and we held real conversations, talked about the student loan debt crisis. I talked about how I pushed her on our policy platform to say that I wish that she would add canceling all student loan debt to her policy platform, which she ended up adding the next week, but I do not take credit for that because she told me she was already planning to meet with Stephanie Kelton, who is a genius, a modern monetary theorist, an economics professor and modern monetary theorist, who literally like writes the books on the shit about how money's actually managed in monetary theory. And so she was already meeting with her. She told me about that. And I was like, that's so dope. When she told me she was meeting with Stephanie Kelton, I was like, okay, I'm done. Don't worry. Nothing I can say will matter any more than what Stephanie Kelton's already going to tell you. And I knew she would push her, in the right direction on that. And lo and behold, a week later, AOC had added student loan debt cancellation to her platform, but not just that, she started championing the issue too. Like she started going on, after she beat Crowley, she started talking about it in the mainstream media, and it really got some traction. And so as somebody sitting on like $80,000 of student loan debt, who just was denied the ability to finish another semester, to finish my bachelor's degree because I can't afford it. I can't afford the next semester. So I was planning to go to school for the next semester, and I was enrolled in classes, and I have to withdraw from classes because I can't afford it. It's too much money. And I was denied financial aid. And so I can't even stack up more debt. They won't even give it to me. So, I'm sitting on already like $80,000 of student loan debt. It would have been a life-changing, event for me if you cancel student loan debt. Joe Biden, he's the reason that we can't cancel student loan debt. And people are telling me to go vote for this asshole. Like he's the reason that I have $80,000 worth of debt. And it's just hard for me to go cast a vote for him, when knowing what the damage that he's done to me personally. And so, great point from Steve Alvarez. He says, if you're going to cover Isan Lecky, you better do it quick. September 1st is next week. Absolutely. I got days left, and I have these stories like queued up, and it's just been so much work of moving the channel over that I've had to delay everything. Everything got pushed back. And so I got the stories queued up, and I hope to cover it. I got a story on Alex Morse that I really hope to cover his election September 1st. And I was like, I've had it on the back burner for like a week now, and it sucks. I wanted to get to it a week ago. So I will, I will get on that before next week. I promise. I'm going to do it. She's on the next one for sure. We're up to 10 concurrent viewers. Thank you. Anyone that's here, please do me a favor. Like, subscribe, hit the like button below, subscribe, hit the bell to receive, and select all to receive notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. Really appreciate it. Awesome comment from Steve Alvarez, who says, what I love about you, Kamali, your shit. Hashtag Stephanie Kelton. I love it. Your shit too, Steve. Obviously, your shit. And that's what I love about you too. Damn it. So, all right, let's get to it. Let's just keep pushing. I got some more stories I got to get to. So let's keep doing it. All right. Next one up. Oh, yes. So let's talk about the reaction. All right. Sorry, just queuing this up for us. Okay, give me one sec here. All right. Oops. Okay. So in response to the Kenosha protests, some sports players and leagues have responded with labor strikes. And so this is a really encouraging story, and I'm really excited to see this. So any sort of labor movements, any labor strikes, I am supportive of. And so especially cops, if you all want to go on strike right now, all of you tomorrow, like, please, all of you, just go on strike, every single last one. I'm very supportive of that. All right. So, all right, let's check this out. This is a clip from Democracy Now!, Amy Goodman, and let's just get a little update on what's going on, and then we will discuss. I'd like to share one other video with you, and then we'll chat a bit. So here you go. Check this out.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. In a remarkable development Wednesday, professional basketball, baseball, soccer games came to an unprecedented halt after Milwaukee Bucks players refused to take to the court for a playoff game against the Orlando Magic in support of Black Lives Matter. The NBA then canceled all 3 of Wednesday's playoff games. Then, on TNT, former basketball star, the sports commentator Kenny Smith, walked off the set of Inside the NBA in solidarity with the protesters.
As a black man, as a former player, I think it's best for me to support the players and just not be here tonight. And figure out what happens after that. Yeah, I just don't feel put together. And I respect that.
You then can't hear him much because he's taken off his microphone and he walks off the TV set. The women's WNBA also canceled 3 games Wednesday after members of the Washington Mystics arrived wearing T-shirts, each with 7 holes, symbolizing the 7 bullet holes in the back of their T-shirts, with the fronts of the T-shirts spelling out the name Jacob Black. Each woman wearing Jacob Blake. Each woman wearing a T-shirt with one of the letters of Jacob Blake's name. This is Mystics guard Ariel Atkins.
This isn't just about basketball. We aren't just basketball players. And just because we are basketball players doesn't mean that's our only platform. We need to understand that when most of us go home, we still are Black.
3 Major League Baseball games were postponed after players on the Milwaukee Brewers, Seattle Mariners, and other teams joined protests. Mets slugger Dominic Smith kneeled for the national anthem ahead of Wednesday night's game against the Florida Marlins and broke down in tears at a post-game press conference. Most of Wednesday's Major League Soccer games were postponed, and the Western and Southern Open tennis tournament suspended matches after tennis superstar Naomi Osaka, whose father is Haitian, withdrew to protest against racial injustice. For more, we're joined by Dave Zirin, sports editor for The Nation magazine, host of the Edge of Sports podcast. Welcome to Democracy Now! This is an amazing moment, and this
All right. So that was a lot of cool stuff there. So the Milwaukee Bucks were the ones that really sparked this sort of movement within the sports leagues and this labor strike. I mean, because call it what it is. The reports have been calling it boycotts, but I just want to be clear that a boycott is when somebody externally withhold some sort of support for an organization. But it is not when somebody that actually works within that organization withholds their labor. That's a strike. Okay. So we need to call it what it is. And they intentionally don't, they obfuscate that because they don't want people to recognize these as labor movements. And so this was a really powerful, step in the labor movement. This was historic, as Amy Goodman pointed out there. Nothing like this has really happened in history. You have people like, taking a knee and things like that, and like doing acts of protest within a game, but never, as far as I understand it, never before has a team actually, withheld, gone on strike on a game, especially for an issue of like social justice like this. And so that is really moving stuff. Like that's really awesome. And it was good to see, because these are people that they have a privilege, these are privileged players. They have a lot of, they get these really high paying contracts typically, and they could easily lose sight of the, lower, poor and low income people and working class folks. And they haven't lost sight of that. And that's beautiful to see. And so, and it was cool because it wasn't just the, in the NBA, because once the Bucks went on strike, the NBA then canceled all the playoff games, for the day or whatever. And LeBron James came out and was like, listen, this is not like a temporary thing. Like this is like, it's not like rescheduled. We're not doing this. Like, and so like, I don't know how long this will go on for. I am highly supportive of it. And I hope that this continues for a long time, but not quite sure, but I'm really, definitely supportive of it. And, excited to see folks at that level. You haven't seen a lot of this in sports. Unfortunately, sports players have, the more they paid them and sort of gotten away from using their platform to really affect change. And so we hadn't seen something on the level of like a Muhammad Ali, honestly, until like a Kaepernick rolled around. And even a Kaepernick still gets like co-opted in a way by Nike and signs deals and sponsorships. And I get why you might have to do that stuff, but allows them to do certain things that, offended even like folks in the Black Panther, the actual like original Black Panthers were offended by some of the commercials that Kaepernick did with Nike, essentially using the Black Panther aesthetic, the black leather and the fro, while, doing the bidding of a corporation that is, part of the power structure that they're trying to fight against and that we're trying to fight against. And so having that recognition that like, you can't, it doesn't work if you're getting in a bed with these massive, corporations. They're no better than an authoritarian state. It's what Sheldon Wolin calls reverse totalitarianism. These corporations, they're not beholden to any nation, and they have the ability. They amass so much power within one single corporation. It's what he referred to, Sheldon Wolin, the late great Sheldon Wolin, referred to as reverse totalitarianism. And that's what that is. That's, the best description of it. And these companies, they just have all the power. It's a totalitarian structure without the being, tied to any nation. They can just up and move. And at any point they can threaten one nation with, what, you want to charge us more in taxes? We're just going to up and leave and take all of our production over to this other country here where we can exploit cheap labor over here. And they do that all the time. And that's the system that we live under right now, is reverse totalitarianism. So shout out to Sheldon Wolin, great historian. All right. And like economist. All right. So I wanted to show two more clips on this. The first one, I just want to show this. Doc Rivers spoke about this. It was a really moving speech. So I just wanted to share this. And then I wanted to share a clip from the late, great Muhammad Ali, the greatest, the truly greatest of all time, and so just some of his thoughts on protest. And I really think that these would be his thoughts on Black Lives Matter. And so I want to share that with you. Let me first share this clip with Doc Rivers, and then we'll get to the Muhammad Ali clip. All right. So first up is Doc Rivers speaking after this incident, the latest shooting in regards to Jacob Blake and the shooting of Jacob Blake. So let me get that queued up for you. Oh, no sound. Hold on. Sorry. Do that one more time. I apologize.
All right. To me is just watching the Republican convention, and they're spewing this fear, right? Like all you hear is Donald Trump and all of them talking about fear. We're the ones getting killed. We're the ones getting shot. We're the ones that were denied to live in certain communities. We've been hung, we've been shot, and all you do is keep hearing about fear. It's amazing why we keep loving this country, and this country does not love us back. And it's really so sad. Like, I should just be a coach. And it's so often reminded of my color. You know, it's just really sad. We got to do better. But we got to demand better. Like, it's funny. We protest and they send riot guards, right? They send people in riot outfits. They go to Michigan with guns and they're spitting on cops and nothing happens. The training has to change in the police force. The unions have to be taken down in the police force. My dad was a cop. I believe in good cops. We're not trying to defund the police and take all their money away. We're trying to get them to protect us, just like they protect everybody else. I didn't want to talk about it before the game because it's so hard. Like, just keep watching it. That video, if you watch that video, you don't need to be black to be outraged. You need to be American and outraged. And how dare the Republicans talk about fear? We're the ones that need to be scared. We're the ones having to talk to every black child. What white father has to give his son a talk about being careful if you get pulled over? It's just ridiculous. And it just keeps going. There's no charges. Breonna Taylor, no charges, nothing. All we're asking is you live up to the Constitution. That's all we're asking for everybody, for everyone. Thank you.
So yeah, that was a really heartfelt speech there from Doc Rivers, and I thought it was really telling. He said that his dad was a cop. I didn't know that about Doc Rivers. I'm from Boston, so I mean, I got the Celtics hat on right here, if y'all can see that. So yeah, I'm not taking my hat off because I need to shave. But y'all see, I got the Celtics hat. I always got the Celtics hats on here. And yeah, so Celtics fan, and like Doc Rivers was our old coach, of course, and so it's always cool hearing from him. He's good dude, and your typical liberal, like nothing, he's not like he's not leftist or anything like that, but he's just your typical, decent liberal, black dude. And I thought that was some really like just a moving speech of just really heartfelt, and you could tell he yeah, and now Tammy pointed out that like he's a masculine, he's masculine dude out here in a sports league where it's seen as like a masculine setting, and he's not unafraid to like shed tears, and that's a beautiful thing, because we need more of that to like destigmatize that sort of that toxic masculinity sort of viewpoint, and just like understanding, like opening up, being able to share feelings, like, and just have that raw side of there. So, be able to expose that raw side of yourself, because otherwise you keep it all bottled up, and it's not healthy, and it's not safe, and it can lead to all kinds of really dangerous outbursts, and so it can be, it can lead to it can be really dangerous for the men involved in that toxic masculinity in that culture. And so it's a good thing to see somebody like him, strong black man showing up, not being afraid to show some emotion there and just share his raw thoughts. And I thought that it was really well put. And it's, he talked about just, taking down the police unions. I know I just made the joke about, like how I support all unions and stuff, but like, seriously, the police unions they're a problem. And I know this is like, as a lefty, I don't want to say, like, I am not about to say police shouldn't have unions. I want police to have unions. I just want them to be, I want them to have democratic unions, and actually have in democratic being that, having true democracy means, one person, one vote for all people directly affected by decision. So with policing, that means it's not just the cops and the union members that would have a vote in these matters, but also the community. If you're going to have real democracy, you got to open it up to the community, and you got to bring the community into that. And so that's what I'd like to see. And, but I just thought that was really, real of him to be like, listen, these police unions need to come down, because they are really their problem. Like, the police unions are the ones that build so much disproportionate power, militarize the police further. They're the ones constantly lobbying and pushing for more funding. And so we absolutely need to take down these police unions, because these institutions are, threatening civilians essentially by creating the dangerous situations for the people in the community. And so I want police to have unions. I want everyone to be able to have a union. I just want it to be a fair and just union. And that's not what they have right now, and they have too much power. And so it is something, though, I need to actually go back. Michael Brooks, I remember, had a really good take on this, and I need to go back and find Michael Brooks's take on this and actually review that, because actually I'm going to jot that because I just remember him having a good take on this I want to have a nuance, make sure that I got a nuanced take on this on the topic of police unions. And so I'll go back and try to find that clip, and maybe we can share that next time. So, all right, so let's keep at it. So next up, I wanted to just share on the topic of, sports players taking strong political stances. I don't think you can have that conversation without talking about Muhammad Ali. Really, he is the original, and there's been no one like him ever since. There was no one before him, and there's been no one like him ever since. Honestly, I think that this act of, this labor strike from the Milwaukee Bucks, Colin Kaepernick, there's something to say for him. I think that he was the closest thing since then, honestly, and he does deserve that credit for that. And so what I'd like to bring in this is a clip. This is this amazing poem that from Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali he didn't have full literacy. He couldn't fully, he talked about it in the same interview, actually, where we're going to hear him, where he recites this poem. He was being interviewed in Ireland, and he's going to recite this poem and off of, out of memory. And this is a guy who couldn't even fully read and write. And he talks about that somewhere else. And, at another point in this interview, I won't show that clip, but he talks about how he can't read and write, and he still has the ability to somehow put together words like this in concepts like this. And so I got to share this with you, because if you haven't heard this poem, you are going to be moved by this. You're going to love this. So this is Muhammad Ali. This is something that he wrote himself, and he's going to recite a poem by heart from, something that he came up with himself. And it's really relevant. It was in reference to some prison riots. It was a response to some prison riots, which are really protests, right? They call protests or riots whenever people that they don't like are doing them, right? So a protest is a protest if it's somebody that they side with, but it's a riot if it's somebody that they are politically against. And so it's a riot whenever black people protest. It's a protest whenever, white folks out there protesting. So they call it the prison, it was the prison riots, but it was, prison protests. And yeah, in short, it's rioting, but it's a form of protest. And so check this out. This is Muhammad Ali, great poem that I think not many people have heard, and many should. So, and I think it's really relevant to the topic of Black Lives Matter and protests and and blackness in general. So here we go. Take a look at this. And all right, let me just pull that up. Okay. Sorry, I got to give you the sound 1 second, y'all.
Most of your poems, like the one you spoke a few moments ago, are funny. But you've written one about your own people, I think at the time of the Attica prison riot. It's a serious poem. You have certainly very serious moments, as you've shown us tonight. Could you, before we go, just say that poem for us?
Oh, this poem explains the Attica prison. You heard that over here when all the black prisoners were shot, and just before they held some white hostages, and they said they would cut the throats if they didn't get what they wanted. And the word was, well, if the throats are cut, then shoot and kill everybody. They found out during the autopsy that the throats were not cut. They just shot them for nothing. The trigger-happy policeman, and that Rockefeller gave word 10 minutes or so, if they don't give up, I think it's the way it went, open fire. And one black prisoner came out to speak to the warden, and he said, you have 10 minutes to surrender. What's your reply? We're going to come in shooting. And the black prisoner came out, poetic poem. This didn't happen, but this is what I wrote. He said, better far from all I see, to die fighting to be free. What more fitting end could be? Better surely than in some bed where in broken health I'm led, lingering until I'm dead. Better than with prayers and pleas are in the clutch of some disease, wasting slowly by degrees. Better than of heart attack or some dose of drug I lack. Let me die by being black. Better far that I should go standing here against the foe. Is the sweeter death to know. Better than the bloody stain on some highway where I'm lame, torn by flying glass and pain. Better call in death to come than to die another dumb, muted victim in the slum. Better than of this prison rot, if there's any choice I've got, kill me here on the spot. Better far my fight to wage now while my blood boils with rage, lest it cool with ancient age. Better violent for us to die than to Uncle Tom and try, making peace just to live a lie. Better now that I say my sooth, I'm gonna die demanding truth while I'm still akin to youth. Better now than later on, now that fear of death is gone, never mind another dawn. They opened fire on them, but they died telling it like it was.
Muhammad Ali.
I mean, that's some beautiful stuff right there. I love that. That was beautiful. I can't, it's hard to follow up after that. I'll leave a link to that. I'll drop a link to that video actually in case anyone needs to rewatch it because it is really beautiful. I'll drop a link in the comments and I'll leave a link in the description box when I'm finished with the video. So yeah, check that out anytime. It's a really moving poem. Everyone should, have that in their arsenal and listen to it when you get down. And yeah, FL says, love that poem. Yeah, same. Me too. It's beautiful. I love when he talks about, and apparently it was in response to the Attica prison riots. You heard him, what he said there was, these trigger happy cops that went in and killed the prisoners, even though they didn't actually hurt, the people that they were just threatening to hurt, they said. But it's all about, dying with meaning, dying with purpose, dying for a cause, instead of just, having a life of meaning, really is what it's all about. And I love the part where he says, let me die by being black, like I'd rather die by being black. Like that is a form of martyrdom. And, I also listen to Lupe Fiasco a lot, and Lupe Fiasco's words from Lupe Fiasco on this that he might retort would be, he has a line where he says, the ink of a scholar is worth 1,000 times more than the blood of a martyr. And so, Lupe would probably argue with me to say, no, better to be, better the ink of a scholar than the blood of a martyr. But I think that that's what Ali's really talking about and getting at there, is just martyrdom for a cause, and not necessarily having to martyr yourselves, but just, it's something that Cornel West talks about, where he says, when we go out there, we got to be out there dressed in our funeral, like our coffin suits or whatever. He said, like ready to go into our coffin. Like when we're out there marching and we're in these protests, we're out there, we recognizing that we're ready. We're putting our lives on the line. It's not a joke. These protests aren't a game. We the state is a tyrannical government that we're facing off against. And this is a neo-fascist government that we're facing off against. And, fascism is on the rise in this country, and it's a real thing. It's real. And this is, it's just a beautiful thing to have somebody that inspirational who lived that, who really went out there and lived that, and put himself, at great risk and stood up for a cause, to say at a time when it was so unpopular, the Vietnam War was, it was popular. It was such an unpopular position to be against that, to be anti-war, to be, unwilling to go and fight in this, what would later be known as an unjust war. And so, but he was ahead, and he's on the right side of history. And that's the thing. And that's the thing about being on the right side of history. And that's why one of the things that I have to sort of reckon with as a leftist, and we sort of have to reckon with on the left, is that it doesn't always, sometimes being on the right side of history is the unpopular position. And I know I have a problem with wanting everyone to like me. And I really do. I have this thing where I just want everybody to like me, even, terrible people. Sometimes I just want everybody to like me. And so I sometimes will, you want to say the thing that is pleasing to people, that's going to make people happy, not necessarily the thing that might be the really right, morally right thing to say at the time. That's just so wildly unpopular, and it's going to make you unpopular. People like figures like Martin Luther King, they were unpopular even in the Black community. They had majority, they were underwater on popularity and approval rating. So he had a really low approval rating even in the Black community. Martin Luther King did, after all that he did. And so we remember them in history as, they're popularized in history, but oftentimes to be on the right side of history, you really have to take stances that are at the time seemingly unpopular. And so you're probably not doing it right if you don't have a few issues that you have a stance on that are wildly unpopular. So tell me, I would love to hear in the comments, in the chat, if you're here and you want to, we want to chat about something. I would love to hear some unpopular policies that you guys are in favor of. Like for me, I am in favor of decriminalizing all drugs, decriminalizing sex work. So I know some people want to legalize drugs, legalize sex work. I don't think that legalizing sex work is a great idea, because I don't like the idea of people owning another person's body in any way like that. That seems legalizing. I don't know. I mean, I guess if it's always done in a way that's a person has to be self-maintaining and that sort of stuff, they are in control of themselves, because that seems really I just don't like the power dynamic of somebody else being in control like that. I don't know. It creeps me out. I don't know. But definitely decriminalizing. I could see an argument in favor of legalizing all drugs. I just see there as sometimes being legalizing can help stomp out things like black market. And that's obviously really important as well. But it does worry me, like, a government like taking tax money from a person's body in the case of sex work. I don't know, that I'm not totally comfortable with. So that I lean more towards decriminalizing. Does anyone else have any unpopular positions that they take? Like I'm a fan of like the open border idea, as far as like, I think that everyone in North and South America should be able to travel if you're a resident or a visitor and you have a valid like visa, like stamp in your passport wherever you come from, and you're a visitor to any one of these countries, you should be able to freely travel between all across the US. So yeah, we all got to take on some unpopular positions, and especially lefties. I'm sure we got a lot of unpopular positions that we have to take in. That's what it takes to be on the right side of history. What Up America says, amazing poem. He was so talented in so many ways. Yes, I agree totally. It's so wild that somebody like that, I mean, he's like this amazing fighter, but then also like hilarious, and also like he says like a beautiful dude. Like he's like literally just like handsome and good looking on top, because he would always make jokes in that interview. I watched that full interview with him. That was him in Ireland, being interviewed in Ireland. And man, it's just like the way he talks about the other boxers, and he's just like, yeah, I mean, because they're all ugly. That's why they can't be here. They're too ugly and dumb. And it's just like, I love him. I'm just like, yo, he's such a trash talker, and he's funny. Like, I wish I was that funny. Damn it, I wish I was that funny. Like, come on, I'm not anything as good as Muhammad Ali. Like, he's just good at everything he does. And then you got to be great at poetry as well. Like, what are you not great at? So yeah, I love Muhammad Ali, and that poem is just, I go back to it. I revisit it from time to time, because when I heard it, it was a poem. I mean, I just discovered it a year ago or so, 2 years ago or whatever. And so I'm just like, if I'm only discovering this a couple of years ago, I'm sure other people haven't heard it. So I will probably find an excuse to play that, that poem again a few more times. So yeah, that was awesome. All right, I still got one more story I want to get to, so I'm gonna get up. Oh, this is such a good comment from X. So _/X says, like Kenny Smith walking out on that sportscast, man, that was powerful. I love it. Too bad Shaq and Sir Charles didn't have the same guts to have solidarity. Yeah, I thought two things about that. So I thought there's one of two things happened. Either Kenny Smith told them beforehand that he was going to do that, and they just were so chicken shit that they did not stand in solidarity with him. And I would have, I personally would, like, I hope Kenny Smith at least told people, because it is kind of a tough thing to be on the spot. And like, but even then I'm like, I want to see solidarity. I'm somebody that has straight up like put my job on the line, quit my job essentially in protest, and wanted to see other people like stand up in solidarity. I've been pushed out of my jobs before, and just there's nothing more that you want than to see somebody else stand in solidarity with you. There would be nothing more powerful. And so, yes, I would have loved to see the other hosts. I would have loved to see, Charles Barkley and Shaq like get up and walk off too. Honestly, the white dude too, like get the fuck up and walk off and just be like, I'm going to, in solidarity with my black brothers, I am going to do the same, and like fuck this and just leave the set. And that would have been crazy. Like, imagine what would have fucking happened. Like, they would have just been rolling the camera like at an empty desk, and that would have been wild. So I don't even know what those dudes talked about for the rest of the show, because that would be awkward as fuck. Like, could you imagine? Like, what do you even say after that? Like, it's like awkward. Like, oh, you just suck it out. Y'all just like, he just one upped you in blackness right there. He just out blacked you. Now what you gonna do? What you gonna do for the rest of the show? It's in this moment, like you just got out blacked to that extent. Like, damn, dude, just sit down. Don't sit down. Stand up. Get the fuck out of there. Like, y'all should have left. So yeah, that was wild. That was such a good. That's such a good point. I thought that too. Like, damn, they really sat there and just sat there. That's crazy. All right, so. X says Dr. Rivers is great too. Yes, absolutely. Mark McKeever says, don't know if it's unpopular. Term limits in the House. Interesting. That's an interesting one. That I think that might be unpopular. I don't know if that has popular support. That's an interesting one. I don't know how I feel about term limits. Term limits got created on the presidency, and I do know how I feel. Like, I get the point in the case of like, dude, I get it. Like, these old motherfuckers that are just like stuck, these dinosaurs in Congress that won't get out. Like, I get it. What I'd like to see is like an age limit. Like in Canada, they have age limits on the Supreme Court. 75 years old, all Supreme Court justices have to retire at age 75. Like, why the fuck do we have like 100-year-old people? We're out here every day. We all have to get up and pray that Ruth Bader Ginsburg makes it to the fucking, to the bench alive. Like, it's like, why are we doing this? And because otherwise we might get Donald Trump to go, appoint another justice. Like in Canada, the way they appoint Supreme Court justices is so much more sane. There's a list of people they have to select from. I mean, it helps, it maintains establishment power, whatever, but it's better than this sick, like lifetime, judge bullshit. But the thing with the term limits is that then when you have a popular person, it's like, they can get pushed out. And that's like presidential term limits got created under FDR, like he was a 4-term president and they were like, holy fuck, he's this socialist president is too damn popular like that. And that's another thing that people, see, like forget in history. And like, we don't learn that history in the US is that like the dude who was the most progressive president of all time was a 4-term president. The most progressive president was a 4-term president who, was being pushed by the socialists and the communists and the trade unionists. That was the coalition that was pushing him to enact all the policies that he enacted. It was, literally the communists, socialists, and trade unionists coalition banding together and saying, we will strike, we will not, show up, and we will be out there with the pitchforks. It's either, and so he had to go, FDR had to go and get the rich folks to hand, and the powerful folks to hand over, he proposed 100% tax rate. He got a 94% tax rate. So top marginal tax rate. So any dollar you made over what it would be equivalent to, I think $400, not $400,000 today. Everything over that was taxed at 94 cents of every dollar was taxed away. So yeah. So I do understand the idea of term limits based on the system and what we've seen the outcome of it be. I get it. Presidential term limits though got enacted because of a popular president who was popular because he was a populist. So he was helping the working class people. And so I don't know, term limits on the president. I don't know. I don't think that is necessarily a great idea. You can do it through voting, but I get it. You don't want, lifetime presidents. Like that's it feels authoritarian, but if it's voting and it's a actual democracy and people want this person in there, I don't know if that's a bad thing. If everything else works, I think term limits are, I don't think term limits are a big deal if everything else works, but that's a cool one. That's an interesting one, term limits. So thank you for sharing that. That's an interesting one. X agrees. He says term limits like a motherfucker. Yes, I agree. Mark agrees. Mark says that Robert Ory clip tore me up. I checked out that Robert Ory clip. That was another great one. I didn't see the actual clip. All I could find at the time, I had a ton of research that I had to get through. All I could find was the transcript of it, but I read through the transcript of it and it was really powerful. So, check it out if you haven't already, the Robert Ory clip. I'm sure it was moving to hear him actually say it. I only read it and it was moving there. So, all right, let's get to our last story of the night. This one's a doozy. Okay. Another U.S. soldier has been found dead at a Fort Hood soldier after reporting sexual assault at his base. So this is Elder Fernandes. His body was recently found. This is from a CNN article. And it says Army confirms that a missing Fort Hood soldier has been found dead. This is from August 26th. See a picture of Elder Fernandes here. And so this story goes, says the body of a missing Fort Hood soldier has been found. Officials are awaiting forensic confirmation, but the Army confirmed that Sergeant Elder Fernandes had been found dead. Police said Wednesday that identification found on the body indicate that it is that of Fernandes. At this initial stage of the investigation, there is no indication of foul play, they say. Police in Temple, Texas, said in a statement. So there's no indication of foul play, they say. Say officers were dispatched around 6 p.m. Tuesday for a medical call at some railroad tracks about 25 miles from the Texas Army base. Fernandes, 23, was reported missing August 17th from the base. He had been transferred to a different unit because he was the victim in an abusive sexual contact investigation, the Army said. So he was sexually assaulted, sexually abused, sexually assaulted, and he alleged, and this is, this is shortly after that. So, the transfer was meant to ensure he received the proper care and ensure there were no opportunities for reprisals, said Lieutenant Colonel Chris Brodingham, a 1st Cavalry Division public affairs officer. So this is now, I believe, the 9th, soldier to die at Fort Hood in the past year, I believe, since the beginning of the year, I believe. And they've all, many of them have been connected to cases of reporting of sexual assault. And so this is yet another instance. This goes on to say, in this article, they talk about it. They say this year there have been a series of incidents in which Fort Hood soldiers have vanished and died. Perhaps the most high profile of which was the killing of Specialist Vanessa Guillen. The main suspect in her disappearance, another Fort Hood soldier, killed himself when he was confronted by investigators, according to CID. Some soldiers have died under mysterious circumstances, including Private Gregory Scott Morales, whose skeletal remains were found in a killing field in mid-June, 10 months after he'd vanished. So that was in mid-June of this year. They found him while they were looking for Vanessa Guillen's body. I believe they found him, and he had been missing for 10 months. He had gone missing around the same time last year, August of last year. Fort Hood said in a statement at the time that foul play is suspected in his death. And just to point out, I believe that these two were from the same exact unit. It's like the sustainable brigade. I don't know exactly what it's called. They mentioned it earlier, but 1st Cavalry Division sustainable brigade, sustainability or sustainable brigade or something, I believe it's called. So, and according to Fort Hood, Fernandes is a chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear specialist assigned to headquarters in Headquarters Company, 553rd Combat Sustainment Support Battalion, 1st Cavalry Division Sustainment Brigade. So that's it right there, the 1st Cavalry Division Sustainment Brigade. That's the same one that I believe Private Gregory Scott Morales was a part of. So yeah, here we have this is a Cape Verdean man. So he identifies as black. I consider him black. He's African. He's Cape Verdean. It's another black, black person who, his story deserves attention. It's probably going to get overshadowed a lot by a lot of what's going on right now. And so what's crazy is that, he's actually from Brockton, Mass, which is literally it's 15 minutes away from me. And it's where Tammy's from. Tammy actually, and I think she's mentioned it in these comments here, but, she says, Tammy says, I went to high school with him. I actually know who he is. That's so surreal to me and just so horrible. I hope his loved ones are holding up okay. So yeah, it's wild. It's they went to high school together, and this is it's just it just makes it so much realer to you when it's this isn't just some name and face. This is a whole ass person, and he had a family, and he seemed to be, he was posting on Facebook some memes that were clearly trying to call attention to the messed up practices of the Army. I got some of them. I'll try to like pull up some of these things that he has. Like maybe I can pull them up on my phone or something. Actually, I have some in my Facebook chat. Maybe I can pull up. But yeah, it's he was clearly like, he even tweeted out stuff. He posted stuff about Vanessa Guillen, and like that's brave as shit. Like the dude had courage to be posting about Vanessa Guillen when he was operating off of that base. Like that's really courageous shit right there. So this dude was a real, you know, courageous person, and you know, seemed to have a really shit time in the army, and was getting sexually assaulted and sexually abused, and then he goes and reports it, and he ended up getting, he said, hazed and bullied. This shit just reminds me, I don't remember the name of the movie, but it was that movie with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, and it's the one where Jack Nicholson's like, you want the truth? You can't handle the truth. And it's that movie, and it's like the same situation like happens, not exactly with the sexual assault, but it's like everything that follows from it. It's like these you know, soldiers having a tough time there at the base, and they are gonna like report them, you know, report the other soldiers that were like doing, you know, this misconduct and hazing type stuff. And so one of the higher ups orders what they call a code red to go and like, you know, scare this kid into not, you know, reporting them. And then in the act of doing that, they kill him. And then it, you know, the movie is the whole trial of these people, whatever. But it's like, you know, and trying to figure out where to shift the blame. But it's just like, seems to be a cultural thing in the army. And it's really about, this is why like we gotta fundamentally change the stuff, because we're talking about 8 or 9 people out of the same. Fort Hood is smaller than Fort Bragg, but you know, it hasn't had, you know, even like 10% of the amount of like deaths that have occurred at Fort Hood. There's something really, really wrong with the Fort Hood culture, and something they need to shut the whole shit down and just shut the base down. I mean, we already have, the US has so many goddamn military bases all over the world. Why do we need so many military bases? We don't. So just send these people home and protect them. This is sick. A lot of these people have been Black and Latino. There's another person named Major Morta where they haven't specified what his race is. I can't tell. He might be an Asian or Pacific Islander. So Tammy thinks that he might be Asian or Pacific Islander. That's what that was just from looking at it, you know, my own biased views. Like that's what I thought too. And so a lot of these are people of color, and that are, you know, being murdered after being sexually assaulted. Like what the hell? Like Vanessa Guillen, and they get brutalized. There's another case that Tammy reminded me of about Lavina, I think it is Lavina Johnson. Okay, Tammy. Okay, great. Tammy actually left it in the comments. All right, so yeah, so there was a case of this Black woman, Lavina Johnson. I believe it was Fort Hood as well. I'm not sure about that, actually. I have to check that. I don't know if it was actually Fort Hood. I apologize for that. But there was another case of another soldier, a Black woman, who was, you know, sexually assaulted, it appears, and then she was murdered, and acid was poured over her genitals in order to, I'm so sorry, I should have given a trigger warning before that. I apologize. You know, she was brutalized. She was brutalized by her fellow soldiers, that she was there to protect the country and just trying to fight for your country in this way. And that's that's the way your life is ended. Like it's horrendous. It's horrendous. So that just tears me up. And so I really wanted to, I definitely want to draw attention to Elder Fernandes' story. Here, I'll show you some more of the garbage with Fort Hood. One second. Oh yeah, because we didn't. Okay, so yeah, I want to show one more last bit of information that just really makes me question this stuff. So this is from an article from an outlet called Enterprise News, and they say, okay, this is from Brockton. So this is a local sort of paper. This is the Brockton Enterprise. So this is a local paper, and they say that Army police notified family members of the discovery late Tuesday night, Kawam said. Kawam is the family lawyer that she also represents Fernandes. And so they said Army police notified family members of the discovery late Tuesday night, Kawam said, adding that Fernandez's body was found hanging in a tree. All right. So I just want to draw attention to that because this is the thing, man. Like I tell you, anytime you tell me black man hanging in a tree, I'm sorry, but I immediately, the idea that that's a suicide, it just, black people do not hang themselves in trees. We will not. Like the symbolism of that, it's not a fucking thing that's going to happen. So as soon as you say that, I'm immediately suspicious, and it's immediately should be investigated as a murder. Like immediately. Black people are not fucking hanging themselves from trees, okay? We're not doing that. We're not going to commit suicide by hanging ourselves from a fucking tree, okay? The symbolism, the self-hate that would have to be behind that, like I just stop it. So that just immediately they go on to say, the Army said information gathered from fellow soldiers so far led officials to believe Fernandes may have left Fort Hood on his own accord. I mean, you see how they found him. You tell me if that sounds like he left on his own accord. And the reality is, even if they didn't directly murder him, they killed him he was clearly disturbed through the sexual assault. But I think they'll mention it in this. So, they say, Isabel Fernandes said that her nephew went to the Carl R. Darnall Army Medical Center on August 11th before his disappearance after reporting feeling suicidal. Isabel Fernandes said Elder Fernandes promised to call his mother after he got out of the hospital on August 17th. Then someone supposedly picked Elder Fernandes up, bringing him to an apartment, but a roommate said he never showed up there, according to Isabel Fernandes. His car remained parked at the base, she said. Isabel Fernandes said she doesn't believe Elder Fernandes went missing under his own volition. No, we don't believe that, she said. Elder wouldn't do that to his family. He promised he would call us on Monday. Elder would never do this. This is not his nature. And the family is calling for justice in Elder Fernandez' death, stating they believe that he was killed. I agree. They say Elder signed up to serve our country. He did not sign up to be sexually assaulted by his sergeant and then bullied and hazed for reporting it, Isabel Fernandes wrote in a Wednesday Facebook post. Enough is enough. Kawam is calling for a congressional investigation of Fort Hood in the wake of several disappearances of soldiers, including at least 2 that involve foul play. We will not stop until we find out what happened to Elder, Kawam said in her statement. We demand a congressional investigation of Fort Hood. We must protect our soldiers. We demand justice for Elder. And then they go on to talk about Vanessa Guillen, 20, who went missing from Fort Hood in April. Her body was found in July. A fellow soldier, Aaron David Robinson, suspected in Guillen's disappearance, killed himself. Army officials have said, and once he was confronted with by Army officials, he killed himself. Private First Class Gregory Morales, 24, was reported missing from the base August 20th, 2019. You can see almost exactly a year ago. His remains were found June 21st in a field in Killeen near Fort Hood. Foul play is suspected in his death, which remains under investigation. So, Kawam told the Enterprise Tuesday that the Fernandes family was speaking with the office of U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren, a Massachusetts Democrat. She'll understand being a woman of color herself, Sorry, I can't help myself. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. So, and I'm sorry for having that comment up the whole time. I apologize. I should take that down. I apologize for that being blocked on there. So yeah, that's I really just I'm glad I got to get to that story and highlight that, because that I don't think will get enough attention. I don't think that it will get his death is going to be overshadowed by the what's going on in Kenosha right now, understandably, and it's hard these things that happen at such a fast rate, it's so hard to keep up with everything. So I just wanted to give Elder the respect and, you know, that he deserves and the attention that he deserves. And his life does matter. And we need to recognize that and recognize that this is yet another Black life that's been, you know, snuffed out way too early. And something's up at Fort Hood, and they have to investigate that because something's going on there. And there's a lot of people of color being sexually abused, it seems like. And then when they report it, they're being, you know, hazed, bullied, and murdered. And that's, I mean, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing here? If there's no other organization that's got, like, I forget, there's like 40,000 people on Fort Hood or something like that. You've had 10 people murdered or like killed mysteriously in the last, like, since the beginning of the year. Like, if that happened at a company that had like 40,000 employees, like, that would be insane. Like, we'd be like, what the fuck? Like, you'd be investigating the fuck out of that company. Like, that's crazy. You can't have those kind of numbers. So, yeah, it's really wild. Just such a wild story, and really literally hits close to home here. And so, you know, rest in power to Elder Fernandes. I really do. You know, my heart goes out. Condolences to his family, his loved ones. It's tragic what's happened to him. Everything that I've read from him and about him, he seems like just a good person, a good soul that, you know, tried to do good and got a real raw deal for it. And it's infuriating, and it's really sad what happened to him. And so, you know, I'm not a religious person, so I can't say, you know, prayers or anything like that, but it's like, you know, I'll definitely keep him in my thoughts, and just got nothing but love for fallen comrade Elder Fernandes. So shout out to young brother gone too soon. All right. So that is all of our stories for today. Please do me a favor if you haven't already, and hit the like button below, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell to receive notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video. Just hit that bell, select all, and you'll get all those notifications. Help the channel to grow and to, oops, sorry, my phone dropped, to continue to exist. Thank you to everyone for subscribing to the channel. This was a pretty damn successful stream. We had over 150 views on the stream. Really, really cool. I want to see more likes next time, so I will keep yelling more at people throughout the video. I will try to remember to be more adamant about that so we can get that thing cranked up and get more eyes on this video. So let me just read some of the comments before we go, and then we'll wind down. So yeah, I think there's just some discussion around, you know, what happened with the other soldiers. We could, you know, I just don't have enough time to get into it, really. I didn't want to go and like rush through it. But there, you know, Vanessa Guillen, Guillen. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I apologize if I'm not. Yeah, her story was very prominent in the news, and so it got a lot of attention. So hopefully people are familiar with that. But then check out these other stories and look into them. I will drop links to everything, I hope, in the description box below, but I might get a little lazy with that, so forgive me if I don't. If you need, you know, yell at me in the comments if you need a link to anything, or you need any references that are referenced here today, and you want to follow up on those, and you don't see a link in the description box, just shout at me in the comments, and I will absolutely drop you a link. So any closing thoughts from anyone? Please share. I'm going to read through the comments now. So yeah, Tammy went through and gave some good details here. So we'll flip through some of Tammy's comments. She says, you know, the inky mark. Yeah, it's really tragic. I feel so bad for his family and close friends. I wasn't close with him, but we were in similar friend circles. He was a year under me. She goes on to say, Tammy says, also Fort Hood has 24 soldiers died in 2020 alone. 24. What the hell? 24. 7 of those deaths were by suicide. 4 were murder. 1 was on base, and 8 have died or been found dead since March. That's crazy. That's insane. Something is up with that. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane. At least 2 of the victims reported cases of sexual assault. Yeah. I mean, we know, Vanessa Guillen and Elder Fernandes, we know at least those 2. Yep. And I'm not, and Tammy goes on, and I'm not sure if those numbers are based off of what the military reported those deaths to be. For example, I don't know if Elders is categorized as suicide or found dead or murder in those numbers above. Yeah, absolutely. They say there's still no foul play, but it could just fall under found dead right now, or, you know, ruled a suicide. I'm not sure what they've said either. I know that the Army's trying to do everything they can to imply that this was a suicide when all signs to me point otherwise, you know. Yeah, they're trying to cover their ass. Yeah, they're just trying to cover their ass. Yeah. So Vanessa Guillen reminds me of the case of Lavina Johnson from 2005. That case really stuck with me over the years. RIP to them both too. Yeah, Tammy was the one that told me about Lavina Johnson originally. And so thank you for that information, Tammy, and just being able to connect those. And so, yeah, that's horrific. It's a really horrific story. And just it's just like, I just let this be a cautionary tale to folks who are thinking about joining the military. Please think twice about that. Like, it's not worth it. It's not safe. You're going over there to, kill, Black and brown people in these other countries that have no business with us, that have done nothing to us, are not, antagonistic towards us. And so just really reconsider it. I get why some people do it. And there's this idea that like, oh, well, and they do, you can get some, school education and those sorts of things. It's a really screwed up system that we live under. And I don't blame you for having to do it, because it's a screwed up system that we live under that, doesn't provide people with anything, so that you're so desperate that you have to go and participate in the military, where the starting wage for a new soldier is $19,000 a year. So, I mean, that's not a living wage. That's literally like less than $10 an hour. It's like $9 an hour, for full-time work. And you're talking about, some of the most grueling kind of work for these people.
To afford your education, possibly, you have to risk it.
Yeah, exactly. And Tammy's saying, when Tammy needs to speak up, but yeah, she said that, they say that like, oh, if you want to like, they force you to like make the decision where it's like, oh, if you want to have an education, you're going to have to risk your life for it, and so that's like, that's asking too much of people. So I definitely, I don't support, like, I think we should cut the military budget, but I still think that we should pay soldiers more. I think that we should, take care of the actual people more. But then I think our military should be like a humanitarian force, not a destructive, like violent, force or whatever. So, and we can talk about the VA and the care that they receive there, and like, all the homeless, how many homeless vets there are. There are over 50,000 homeless vets. When we have a $780 billion military budget, like, come on. I mean, you got 50,000 homeless vets and you can't get them, housing. That's crazy. It's not a just system. So, yeah. Oh, and that was the thing about like all the stuff that Elder was sharing was just like stuff that was like, yeah, like talking about like, it was just memes about like how the Army sucks and how he just wants to get an honorable discharge and get the hell out of there. And like, it was clearly like, it seemed like a cry for help almost. Like this, he was really clearly like, went in there, eyes wide open, excited about the prospect, and then really it just was destroyed. And so by really awful people that made his stay there really horrendous. So yeah, that's another point that Tammy makes, that where she said, a lot of them haven't been in the service very long. And so these were a lot of new, which would make sense because it would be the kind of people that they could haze, and, and the power imbalance exists there with these younger, newer, fresher recruits. And so they're the ones that are going to get exploited the worst. And so just be really careful, folks. If you're thinking about joining the military, I doubt you're watching this leftist podcast while also thinking about joining the military. But if you know someone that is, if you can, try to talk them out of it. If there's any other options or choices that they have, anything else would really be better than having to risk their lives for unjust causes and unjust wars, these never-ending foreign wars. We kill, brown people over in countries that most Americans can't even name. Can you name every country that we have, troops on the ground in, aggressive, like essentially active wars in? We have there are like 7 to 9 active wars right now. Like we're in at least 7 wars right now. And I can only name 2 right now. Like, I mean, we participate in the genocide in Yemen. You know, we give the Saudi Arabians, you know, weapons. I would say we clearly directly participate in the in Israel's apartheid state and the you know, abuse of human rights against the Palestinian people in West Bank and Gaza. And so you know, those plus in Somalia and like I forget where else in Africa. We have a couple of wars going on in Africa, shadow wars in Africa, and we obviously have Afghanistan, and we're in Syria. We got, you know, troops fighting on multiple effing sides in Syria. We literally have like the FBI is on one side and the CIA is on the other side, and we're literally doing, like, it's just gross. Like, most people, including myself, can't name all the places that America is at war right now with. Like, let me look at I want to see like active wars, U.S. active wars. Can I see that? Can I see some active wars? Why are they lying? I knew I saw it. All right, I can't find it right now. There was a good article that talked about this. Like, all right. I can't find it, so I will try to find that information and provide it next time. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see. Any more comments? Oh, Tammy says, regardless of the connections between the cases, the point is Fort Hood is allowing/fostering a toxic environment that enables predators with no consequences or accountability. Absolutely. It's like, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be that all of these people are like dying by the hands of the same person or that they're connected in any way. There's clearly something about the culture and the system that's existing there that's allowing these things to happen over and over again. And yeah, it's the cover up. It's the rape culture. It's all of that that's included. We only have 4 minutes left before the stream has to cut. So I'm going to get through a few more comments and then I'm going to go. So X says, it's great when these athletes strike. It's a twofer. Make the fans realize that black athletes make modern American sports. So true. So have fun watching that shit without them. Exactly. Right. The other thing is like, I wish, you know, everybody will roll around and watch a bunch of white people playing basketball and see how much money you make there. You know, yeah, we'll see how far these leagues get. You know, make you know, go let MLB exist without the you know, players from you know, Central America, I don't know what you call it, you know, Caribbean, Latino players, Latin American players, you know, like they get all these Latin American players, these black and brown Latin American players, and they bring them up there and, you know, they exploit them there. So yeah, like, trust me, they don't want to see that. They don't want to see that league without black and brown people. Yeah, exactly. Dominicans, like, they can't, you take Dominican Republic out of there and they MLB wouldn't know what the hell to do with themselves. So they better respect and better recognize. And that's why it's like, yeah, it's cool to see. X says, gouging the profits of the sports universe where the richest and majority white feel the pain. Yeah, exactly. Like, I do not shed a tear for any of these people. You know, they'll be fine. These people will be fine. And this is the only thing that they understand, hitting them where they feel it, which is in the pocketbook, the wallet, you know? So got to hit them where they feel it. So X says, eliminate the office of the presidency altogether. Yo, I would so absolutely be down for that. I have no interest in this, like, we need one ruler bullshit. Like, it's just, I totally agree with you. So I don't know if that's a response to the unpopular position things, but that's unpopular with me. Like, I love that. Yes. Eliminate the goddamn office of the presidency. Like, we don't need that. We don't need that. Let's have a Congress. No more. We need to remove the Senate too. Like, fuck the Senate. Like, I don't understand this two-step thing. Like, that doesn't exist in most other countries. Like, you got the House of Representatives, they write the damn laws, and that's it. You know, it's like we all get representation. We get a bunch of people to get together, and our representatives write the laws. I'm tired of this, like, executive being able to, you know, strike down and all that bullshit. And the three, you know, branches, they're gonna check and balance each other. My ass. They all support each other and prop each other up. And you got pro corporate justices up and down the bench, left, you know, Democrat and Republican leaning. You know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg still corporate friendly. These are people are all corporate friendly Supreme Court justices. There's no working class, Supreme Court justices. So this whole idea of checks and balances is BS. So I totally agree, X. Let's get rid of the damn thing altogether. I love that. I love it. What Up America says, great stream, dude. Very informative. Keep it rocking. Thank you so much. What Up? Shout out to What Up. He is our newest patron. So shout out to What Up, and just a great contributor to the community. I love all the comrades in here. I really do. And appreciate you all. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. If you haven't already, and I don't know why you wouldn't have already, please do me a favor and go hit that like button below. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell and click all to receive all of our notifications whenever we go live or launch a new video, and make sure you're checking those out. Watch them. And I love all the interaction in the chat as well. So X says Fernandes, or I think he's emphasizing the Z for me. Okay. All right. Tammy says, he's Cape Verdean, so it was colonized by Portugal, so it's pronounced Fernandes, D's, LOL. Yeah. So I was exactly not Fernandes. Okay, so X I think was saying Fernandes, but it's not actually. I'm like conditioned to say Fernandes whenever I see anything like that, and I was corrected, and so I stand corrected on that. And so I believe that it is Fernandes is the correct, because he's Cape Verdean, and it's with an S. So Portuguese colonization. You got to know your imperialism is like who colonized who is how we figure this all out, which is just terrible. But and I'm learning all that stuff. I don't know enough about foreign international affairs. So Tammy says S is Portuguese and Z is Spanish. So I will take her word for that. I am no expert. Steve says soldiers risk life, trauma, injury, quality of life. Yep, they're on the clock 24/7, emotionally abused, physically stressed for slave wages, crap health coverage and education. It's just true. I hate what they do to U.S. soldiers. Like, it's terrible. I say slash the military budget, but pay these soldiers more. Don't expect them to be like, participating in violent wars all the time. Like, let's have a humanitarian military. Like, let's make our military, deploy our military whenever we have a humanitarian crisis, an actual humanitarian crisis that needs to be solved. So, oh shit. Oh damn, we're at 4 hours. Okay, I gotta go because this stream's gonna get cut. So 4 hours, I gotta go. All right. So thank you so much to everyone for being here. X says cut military spending by 95%. I agree 100%. Cut that shit. 95%. Absolutely. I agree. Totally. We can talk about that in another stream where we can go through the numbers and really show how absurd our military budget is and how much we could cut while still being the #1 in the world. And we could do so much with cutting this military budget. So I agree 100%. Defund the military, defund the police, and start to invest that money in social services and building a social safety net so that people can actually, build a universal basic income, give the people what they need, take care of people, and then we won't have all the reason to, everybody won't be committing crimes, stealing to feed themselves when they're already when their basic needs are met. So thank you so much to everyone who showed up on this stream. I appreciate you so much. I love you. I love you all. Love to all my comrades. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to all the Patreon patrons. Please do me a favor and like, subscribe, hit the bell to receive all notifications. If you haven't already, and you can, I need you to head over to patreon.com/radical democracy and support the show with just a few dollars, a cup of coffee a month, whatever you can afford, $1 a month, whatever you can afford. Just throw me a little bit of dough on there, and it will help this the show to exist and to continue to grow. And so I can't do it without your support. We're building a democratic workplace from the ground up. One worker, one vote. This will be a worker cooperative, independent media. I want to build. I shit you not. Like, I want to build the next TYT, but a democratic workplace, a democratic, progressive media outlet, left-wing, truly not just progressive, but socialist left-wing media outlet. And I want to be the socialist alternative to TYT. And I want to build that in a real democratic way. And I want to do it with your help. So help this thing grow. Jank started out in his room, and, now look at where TYT is. I'm starting out right here in my bedroom. I'm literally in my bedroom. I'm looking at my bed on the other side of this camera, and you know, we will grow together. So thank you so much to everyone for being here. I really got to cut this stream right now because we're past the 4-hour mark. So I got to go, but thank you to everyone. Please contribute. Patreon.com/radical democracy. It's crucial. It's crucial if you can afford it, but only if you can afford it. Thank you so much to everyone. I'll be streaming much more frequently now on this channel. So, you know, keep checking it out. I do have a stream plan for tomorrow, but Saturday's a little busy. So we'll see. Is tomorrow actually tomorrow? I'm going to be, we're doing some, going to pick some fruits and such, and so yeah, I got a date plan. So date tomorrow, so no stream tomorrow, probably streaming on Saturday, and then no stream on Sunday because helping a friend move. So and there's protest Saturday, so maybe no stream Saturday because maybe I can go to no, I can't stream from a protest because I can't show people, I can't show protesters. So we'll see. I'll figure something out. I'll get back to you. Shout out to everyone. I gotta go. I gotta end it. So thank you so much to everyone for being here. Radical Democracy. This is now I'm thinking about branding it as the Radical Democracy Show, but then I realized when I did, like, that's like, you know, there's like TMBS, the Michael Brooks Show, TMBS, but then I realized when I do the Radical Democracy Show, it's TRDS, which looks like turds. So I don't know if I'm really going to keep that name. So let me know what you think. If you want this to be turds, TRDS, the Radical Democracy Show, it would be an homage to Michael Brooks. And we just got Steve says LMAO, date night's important. Yes, it is, absolutely. And FL says awesome show and always love the discussion engagement. Thank you so much, FL. Thank you for commenting. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. We got, yes, everyone's like, I know, yeah, it's just the jokes write themselves on that one, so we got to be careful with that. But I do like the idea of being the Radical Democracy Show as an homage to Michael Brooks. We're at 4 hours and 5 minutes. I gotta go, everyone. I love you all. I'm so sorry to do this, but I gotta run. Yeah, and Steve says no, don't do turds. All right, well, it's TRDS, so I don't know. It's rough. Yeah, we will poll in next time. We'll do this democratically. We as a community will come together and figure out what we're gonna name this. All right, I gotta go, everyone. Bye. I love you all. I hate to go, but I love you all. Peace out, and I'll see you next time. All right, bye. Oh, and do I do my thing? Hold on. On my outro. Hold on, no, outro ready, y'all. Boom. Shout out to Tammy for doing this awesome graphic. Thank you so much to Tammy. I'm going to get that comment off of there. All right, there we go. Thank you so much, everyone. Radical Democracy is at its new home, and I appreciate you all. I love you. Bye. Patreon.com/Radical Democracy.